Belum. Suaranya belum muncul lagi, nah.
Itu belum ada.
diverse mix of Japanese, Mandarese, Aussie, Chinese, and Arab culture. 4 national parks, which become nature laboratories to develop science. Rich and abundant natural resources provide history and phenomena for potential researches. The potential research and the development of knowledge generate scientists in their own field. Professor Bambang Sugiarto, expert in biotechnology and genetics engineering. Professor Bambang Kuswandi, expert in analytic chemistry, chemosensor, and biosensor. Professor Ahmad Subagio, expert in biotechnology, food sciences, and nutrition. Professor Rudy Wibowo, expert in agricultural economics. Professor Nawianto, expert in economic and environmental history. Professor Slamin, expert in graph theory. Professor Dafik, expert in combinatorics, graph theory, and combinatorial education. Professor M. Arif Amrullah, expert in criminal policy and economic criminal law. Aditya Wardono, PhD, expert in Asian monetary, financial, and development economics. Dr. Kartika Sanjarini, expert in molecular biology. Abu Bakar Ebihara, PhD, expert in international relations. By 2018, the university has vast range of programs to choose from 15 faculties, 27 postgraduate programs, and 73 undergraduate studies. To support the objectives of education, research, and community service, and to optimize the nature laboratory potentials around Jimber, the university has developed and established branch campuses in 2 nearby towns, Bondowoso and Lumajang, which enables a well-built connection for the experts to innovate through their studies and researches, which then provide benefit to the surrounding society. The learning atmosphere is constructed not only to produce mere scientists, but also the ones with social awareness and responses to the problems in both local and global society. Dealing with the challenge, the university educates the students through learning, researches, and community service. To support an easy access to academic atmosphere, the students are provided with integrated information system or SISTER and e-learning, making them possible to communicate with the professors and to obtain information in seconds through their smartphones. Universitas Jember also consistently collaborates with international experts to share their reputable knowledge through a general stadium for students to open their insights and enhance their knowledge. Universitas Jember also supports students and teaching staffs to broaden both knowledge and experiences through its mobility and exchange programs. Several world-class and reputable universities in the world have been involved and participated in the program, such as Students' Mobility. Such valuable academic atmosphere has driven international students to study in Universitas Jember, including those from the United States of America, Germany, Iran, South Korea, Laos, Madagascar, Timor-Leste, Cambodia, and Thailand. The university is committed to provide fundings for talented and outstanding international students by providing scholarships and support them with extensive Indonesian language training, assisting them to adapt and engage actively to their surroundings. The recruitment of international scientists, experts, and students has been arranged selectively to promote wider knowledge and insights for the surrounding community to make greater future possible. To foster the students' competence to enhance their knowledge, our highly competent professors and lecturers are committed to the development of teaching and learning process. The professors and experts in Universitas Jember have been supporting students to achieve their competence. They are committed to dedicate their time to guide and supervise students' work and to develop students' knowledge. Research groups and Center of Excellence are available to create research atmosphere in each faculty and across multidisciplines. Amongst many are CURIS, CDUST, CHRM2, SIGUNT, CIRISH, SDG Center, and Tropical NRC. Our research centers has remarkably increased their productivity since the last 5 years. Our creative and innovative researches contribute greatly to the development of science and society. In 2013, Universitas Jember was awarded MDG's trophy for its contribution to coffee farmers in Sidomulyo village, Jember, Indonesia. The university also established the SDG Center to support sustainable development goals. Universitas Jember does not only house one centralized library, rather, each faculty is facilitated with a library completed with abundant literatures on its respective field. The students are also facilitated with free access to digital journals hosted by reputable publishers such as Springer and Nature. Universitas Jember Community Service is a compulsory program for students as a training to respond to community's problem. Students are assigned to work in groups with their multidisciplinary backgrounds to live within the period of 40 days among the society. The community service is regularly programmed twice a year in January and July. The community service enables students to get involved to find solutions to society's problems. Tridharma has greatly supported the development of knowledge, teaching, and learning process through the formal education. On the other hand, Universitas Jember also greatly concerns on students' talents and interests. Student bodies and clubs are available as the best places for students to learn science, arts, interpersonal skill, organization, and to socialize with other fellow students. An excellent and innovative generation to develop knowledge and science for the society within religious perspectives and beliefs. This is the vision of Universitas Jember to create a better future for mankind. Tradition of excellence. Universitas Jember is the Center for High Education, founded in 1964. The motto, Karya Rinaras Ambuka Budi, Gapuro Mangisti Aruming Bawono, is a commitment of the university's founding fathers to produce creative and innovative generation in developing knowledge and to serve the society based on the faith and religion. The university's motto becomes the academic base for the leaders of the university from time to time to adapt and draw near the development of science and technology to reach the position as the center of academic in Indonesia, Asia, and the world. Universitas Jember is located in East Java Province, Indonesia. Universitas Jember plays its central role to develop science and technology in various sectors such as plantation, agriculture, maritime, health, tourism, industry, arts, and culture. Agriculture and plantation sectors have made Jember famous for its coffee, sugarcane, tea, tobacco, cocoa, and edamame soybean. Jember is also culturally unique, with diverse mix of Japanese, Madurese, Aussie, Chinese, and Arab culture. 4 national parks, which become nature laboratories to develop science. Rich and abundant natural resources provide history and phenomena for potential researchers. The potential research and the development of knowledge generate scientists in their own field. Professor Bambang Sugiarto, expert in biotechnology and genetics engineering. Professor Bambang Kuswandi, expert in analytic chemistry, chemosensor, and biosensor. Professor Ahmad Subagio, expert in biotechnology, food sciences, and nutrition. Professor Rudy Wibowo, expert in agricultural economics. Professor Nawianto, expert in economic and environmental history. Professor Slamin, expert in graph theory. Professor Duffy, expert in combinatorics, graph theory, and combinatorial education. Professor M. Arif Amrullah, expert in criminal policy and economic criminal law. Aditya Wardono, PhD, expert in Asian monetary, financial, and development economics. Dr. Kartika Sanjarini, expert in molecular biology. Abu Bakar Ebihara, PhD, expert in international relations. By 2018, the university has vast range of programs to choose from 15 faculties, 27 postgraduate programs, and 73 undergraduate studies. To support the objectives of education, research, and community service, and to optimize the nature laboratory potentials around Jember, the university has developed and established branch campuses in 2 nearby towns, Bondowoso and Lumajang, which enables a well-built connection for the experts to innovate through their studies and researches, which then provide benefit to the surrounding society. The learning atmosphere is constructed not only to produce mere scientists, but also the ones with social awareness and responses to the problems in both local and global society. Dealing with the challenge, the university educates the students through learning, researches, and community service. To support an easy access to academic atmosphere, the students are provided with integrated information system or SISTER and e-learning, making them possible to communicate with the professors and to obtain information in seconds through their smartphones. Universitas Jember also consistently collaborates with international experts to share their reputable knowledge through a general stadium for students to open their insights and enhance their knowledge. Universitas Jember also supports students and teaching staffs to broaden both knowledge and experiences through its mobility and exchange programs. Several world-class and reputable universities in the world have been involved and participated in the program, such as Students' Mobility. Such valuable academic atmosphere has driven international students to study in Universitas Jember, including those from the United States of America, Germany, Iran, South Korea, Laos, Madagascar, Timor-Leste, Cambodia, and Thailand. The university is committed to provide fundings for talented and outstanding international students by providing scholarships and support them with extensive Indonesian language training, assisting them to adapt and engage actively to their surroundings. The recruitment of international scientists, experts, and students has been arranged selectively to promote wider knowledge and insights for the surrounding community to make greater future possible. To foster the students' competence to enhance their knowledge, our highly competent professors and lecturers are committed to the development of teaching and learning process. The professors and experts in Universitas Jember have been supporting students to achieve their competence. They are committed to dedicate their time to guide and supervise students' work and to develop students' knowledge. Research groups and Center of Excellence are available to create research atmosphere in each faculty and across multidisciplines. Amongst many are CURIS, CDUST, CHRM2, CGUND, CIRISH, SDG Center, and Tropical NRC. Our research centers has remarkably increased their productivity since the last 5 years. Our creative and innovative researches contribute greatly to the development of science and society. In 2013, Universitas Jember was awarded MDG's trophy for its contribution to coffee farmers in Sidomulyo Village, Jember, Indonesia. The university also established the SDG Center to support sustainable development goals. Universitas Jember does not only house one centralized library, rather, each faculty is facilitated with a library completed with abundant literatures on its respective field. The students are also facilitated with free access to digital journals hosted by reputable publishers such as Springer and Nature. Universitas Jember Community Service is a compulsory program for students as a training to respond to communities' problems. Students are assigned to work in groups with their multidisciplinary backgrounds to live within the period of 40 days among the society. The community service is regularly programmed twice a year in January and July. The community service enables students to get involved to find solutions to society's problems. Tridharma has greatly supported the development of knowledge, teaching, and learning process through the formal education. On the other hand, Universitas Jember also greatly concerns on students' talents and interests. Student bodies and clubs are available as the best places for students to learn science, arts, interpersonal skill, organization, and to socialize with other fellow students. An excellent and innovative generation to develop knowledge and science for the society within religious perspectives and beliefs. This is the vision of Universitas Jember to create a better future for mankind. Tradition of excellence.
Iko, good morning. It's 4 minutes over 9:34 India time. 9:30 we should have started.
Morning, Assalamualaikum, Abdas.
Walaikum assalam. Alhamdulillah. Let us start, Iko.
Nice to see you, Abdas.
Same here, same here, same here.
Okay, so we are going to start our event quite soon. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Nama budaya Om Swastiastu. A very good morning to you all. His Excellency, His Excellency Minister of Social Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Juliari P. Batubara, the Honorable Rector of the University of Jember, Dr. Iwan Taruna, Director General of Social Empowerment of Ministry of Social Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Edi Sugiarto, PhD, Director of Remote Indigenous Communities Empowerment of Ministry of Social Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Laude Taufik, Chairperson of Social Services Agency of East Java Province, Dr. Sukesi, the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Political and Social Sciences of the University of Jember, Professor Hadi Prayitno, the Vice Deans, Heads and Chairpersons of Institutes and Units at the University of Jember, Honorable Professor Mario Tabukanon of United Nations University Institute of Advanced Study for Sustainability, Distinguished Fellow RCE Regional Centers of Expertise of Asia-Pacific Region, webinar panel speakers from New Zealand, India, Thailand, Malaysia, the Philippines, Kyrgyzstan, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and dear all participants. It is with a great honor and pleasure for us to warmly welcome you all to our international webinar, organized to celebrate the International Day of the World's Indigenous People under our overarching umbrella theme of Indigenous People in COVID-19 era. Our uttermost gratitude for you all for attending this web seminar. This web seminar today, Monday, the 10th of August, 2020, is organized by the Faculty of Political Sciences of the University of Jember in collaboration with RCEESD, Regional Center of Education for Sustainable Development of Asia-Pacific Region. And I believe that over 360 participants have been registered for this seminar. So my name is Fitri, and it is such a great honor for me to be the master of ceremony for the opening ceremony for this webinar. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now we would like to kindly invite the Rector of the University of Jember, Dr. Iwan Taruna, to deliver the opening remarks and to also officiate this event. Please welcome Dr. Iwan Taruna.
All right, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Good morning and some part maybe good afternoon. Distinguished speaker, His Excellency Minister of Social, the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Juliari P. Batubara, Professor Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of International Islamic University of Malaysia, and also Professor Mario Tabukanon from United Nations University in Japan. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear colleagues. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all at the present webinar. which is a joint activity between Faculty of Social and Political Science, University of Jember, and Regional Center of Expertise on Education for Sustainable Development, Asia-Pacific. In this virtual room, I recognize some familiar names of a keynote speaker and participants. I'd like to say hello to the one who I knew previously as a Vice President of AIT, where I took my Master and PhD degree during 1997 to 2003 in Thailand. Hello, Professor Mario Tabukanon. Hope you are always in good health and happiness with your family. Ladies and gentlemen, at the moment, we are still in the COVID-19 pandemic era. We note in Indonesia that the number of confirmed positive cases is still increased daily and reach about 102,005 people by yesterday. The government, of course, tried to do their best to tackle this situation and condition in order to minimize its negative impact to the citizen health and economy. Today's webinar on the topic of indigenous people in COVID-19 era is very interesting for us, since it tries to discuss the impact of COVID-19 pandemic to the indigenous people found in some Asia-Pacific countries. In my opinion, like that. We hope it to widen our view about how the indigenous people manage themselves to resist the COVID-19 pandemic while they are under unbenefited conditions such as poverty, higher rates of malnutrition, lack of access to clean water and sanitation, including also exclusion from medical services. As we all know, the government worldwide should support indigenous community to be able to survive during COVID-19 era by providing access, for example, information about COVID-19 in their typical language, as well as to ensure availability and access to culturally appropriate medical services. Ladies and gentlemen, the present webinar was also, in fact, I'm to celebrate the World Indigenous People, which normally commemorate on August every year. We usually of ideas and scaling up good practices about what we are talking about today. Finally, I'm particularly pleased that the discussion and activities here will strengthen international cooperation in solving the problem faced by indigenous community, mainly related to their health during COVID-19 pandemic. In addition to their common problem about human rights, the environment, development, and education. As mentioned by moderator, finally, say Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, this webinar entitled with Indigenous People in COVID-19 Era officially open. Thank you. Enjoy. Have enjoyable this webinar. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak Rektor, Bapak Iwan Taruna. Okay, so we are still waiting for His Excellency Minister of Social Affairs to join us in our Zoom. And meanwhile, we are going to invite Abdesh. Okay, maybe you could, you would like to talk a little bit for us all about RCE, what it is, because I believe that there are audience who are not part of RCE yet. Okay, so time is yours, please.
Thank you, Fitri. Very good morning and welcome everyone. We have participants outside RCE community from Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Kenya. Welcome everyone. I can't name everyone for the paucity of time. There is an alliance in China, International Alliance for COVID-19 Community Response. So all their members spread over a dozen countries have joined this webinar. Welcome everyone. This day today, International Day for World's Indigenous Community, is very important. According to International Labour Organization, there are roughly 500,000 indigenous communities spread over 90 countries. Roughly 5,000 million is their population. It's a huge community, and they inherit such a good indigenous traditional knowledge, which has really the clues for sustainable development. So as ESD practitioner, the RC community has to rely upon, has to understand, has to know the science behind indigenous communities. And perhaps a good mix of traditional science with the modern science will take us forward to the sustainability, the sustainable development. In today's webinar, we have a very good representation of RCEs. Right from the eastern side, we have Kyrgyzstan. To the far west, we have New Zealand. And in the middle, we have India, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines. So we are spread over today. This represents entire Asia-Pacific region. Very good attendance. I see as of now 164. And a very good variety of stakeholders.
So I'm sorry, Abdes. So His Excellency has now joined us in our webinar. So maybe if you would like to speak, maybe in 1 minute or so.
No,
or
what do you think? Give it to him.
Okay, thank you very much, Abdes, for the insights. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, so we would like now to warmly welcome His Excellency Minister of Social Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Juliari P. Batubara. So, as His Excellency is now has joined us in our webinar, now we would like to proceed to the next agenda in our webinar. This is the keynote address. And before we welcome him for his keynote address, I would like to read you his short CV. So Mr. Juliari P. Batubara was born in Jakarta on the 22nd of July, 1972. And he attended Riverside College, USA, and Chapman University, USA for his MBA with minor in finance. And from 2014 up to 2019, he was a member of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia. From 2016 up to 2019, he was a vice chairperson of the Committee for Interparliamentary Cooperation. And in 2019, he was the vice chairperson of Commission 9, Demography, Health, Manpower, and Transmigration Affairs of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia. And now we would like to invite His Excellency to proceed with the keynote remark. Please kindly welcome His Excellency Minister of Social Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Juliari P. Batubara.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning to everybody.
Good morning, Bapak.
Our host from University of Jember, Dr. Iwan Taruna. Honorable speakers and distinguished guests of this webinar participants. I'm not sure whether you can call this a keynote speech, but this is just a remark from me. I'm very happy to be invited in this special occasion for your information, especially for our friends outside Indonesia. In our ministry, the Ministry of Social Affairs, which I've just been the minister for no more than 9 months. we have our own specific directorate of Indigenous People community, led by second echelon within the ministry. So, in short, the commitment and the seriousness of the government towards the indigenous people communities in Indonesia is very high. As you know, the world faces an unprecedented global health and socio-economic crisis triggered by this COVID-19. Their needs, some of them are regularly organized large additional gatherings to mark special events, and some of them also live in multi-generational housing. This condition makes physical distancing is very hard to be done. However, the limited situations and conditions don't make them give up. Local wisdom is the main key to fight the COVID-19 and to serve as a source of resiliency. For instance, we have a tribes in island of Borneo or island of Kalimantan called Dayak. They hold this ceremony called Bahalala, or other ceremonies such as Mangatang Lewur Sahur, to ask for help from their ancestors. In order to reduce direct contacts with the people from outside communities, including disaster situations, Indigenous People community, or referred as in Indonesia, Komunitas Adat Terpencil or KAT, are accustomed to have a stock of food in the form of crop reserves until the next harvest period. Orang Rimba in Jambi, another indigenous people community in the province of Jambi in the island of Sumatra, they carry out this ceremony called Behuma Betanom. It is a traditional ceremony derived from natural resources to strengthen immunity and the endurance. Local wisdom in the form of isolation is well known by Orang Rimba, this tribe. It is called Bese Sandingon, which is the tradition of the Orang Rimba tribe to isolate illness people and make them separate from healthier people. The Ministry of Social Affairs is committed to ensure that indigenous people community are also inclusive. This is very important, are also inclusive in the social safety net programs under the current scene, such as the cash social assistance, which we disburse to more than 10 million families throughout the nation, and basic food social assistance. Currently, we are serving approximately 1,400 Orang Rimba, the tribes in Jambi families, in 5 districts in the province of Jambi, Sumatra. However, there is a problem of identity, resident identity, or referred as KTP or KTP in Indonesia, can be overcome as we provide them with temporary ID or temporary KTP, which the process of recording the identity is still under going by the local government in Jambi. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll keep this one short because I don't want to take so much time of the webinar. I hope that through this webinar, it will generate a lot of fresh thoughts for the sake of the empowerment of the traditional remote community, or KAT, as we refer here in Indonesia. Thank you again. Thank you for inviting me, and hope the finest things in life for everybody, and stay safe. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Thank you very much, His Excellency, for very informative and insightful remarks. Distinguished guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, now we are proceeding to the first session of the three panel sessions that we are going to have today. Dr. Abdes Kumar Gangwar is going to be the moderator for this very first session. But before I hand over the forum for him, I would like to read you his short CV. Dr. Abdes Kumar Gangwar is the coordinator and focal point of RCE Srinagar, India, and he is also convener of the Asia-Pacific RCE Coordination Committee. Under his able guidance, RCE Srinagar has been doing good work on sustainability, climate change, and disaster risk reduction, aimed at achieving a sustainable, climate-smart, and disaster-resilient society. Many projects of RCE Srinagar have been awarded by the UNUIAS as outstanding, and he has taken the initiative of mobilizing RCEs to communicate with other RCEs and share experiences during the challenging time of COVID pandemic by organizing webinars which have received overwhelming responses from RCE community. And for your information, this is the fourth webinar, and there will be another one on youth and sustainability in COVID era, which will be organized day after tomorrow on the 12th of August 2020. Okay, so Dr. Abdes, so time is yours.
Thank you, Fitri, again. So carrying on where I left, it's a very good mix today we have attending this webinar. We have Honorable Minister, we have two rectors, we have very brilliant faculty, students from all the universities. And besides those who are going to present, there are many RCs who are part of Asia-Pacific RC community, not presenting today, but attending this webinar. Thank you everyone joining the webinar. Investa Jember, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand is the heartland of the indigenous communities. 2012 July, we all were there during the perhaps fifth Asia-Pacific RC meeting. Professor Mario will remember that. And there was also an international conference on DRR and climate change adaptation, which is very dear to me. And you did fantastic. And all these, the film we saw, performances by the indigenous communities, they were brilliant, absolutely. Communicating the ESD. The real practitioners of ESD are the indigenous communities. We, the educated lot, I can say the RC community, we are the preachers, but we practice less. But these indigenous communities, they really live a sustainable way. And that is what we have to learn from them. We have to promote their knowledge and mix it up with the modern science. And that will take us to the clues of sustainability. Thank you so much. Please keep yourself muted. Unmute only when you speak. Otherwise, there is a lot of disturbance. Today, we have 8 countries who are going to talk on indigenous communities and 13 presentations. So first, we will have, considering the time zone difference, we invite Waikato, New Zealand, Ms. Betson and her team members. Betson, the floor is yours to present. Before Betson take over, our request is we should not waste a single second. Every presenter gets 8 minutes. The best is you monitor your time. We will have a time management team. Perhaps Mahesi is doing on behalf of Investa Chamber. 8 minutes is the time slot allotted to each presenter. When you are left with 2 minutes, after 6 minutes, there will be a ding dong, a kind of alarm. And when you are left with 1 minute, that means after 7 minutes, there will be an alarm. So it's good that you keep yourself track of the time and finish exactly at 8 minutes. Little before that, if you could switch off your screen sharing so that the next person, the next speaker, can take over. We don't waste time. So that is the only request. Please ensure that we do not waste a single second in between. Professor Mario has another meeting, so we have to finish dot on time to let him attend the other meeting. So we move on to the presentations, and I give the floor to RC Baikatu, New Zealand. Please. You are not audible, Betson. Your audio is not there.
Sorry.
Yes, now we hear you, Betson.
Assalamu alaikum. Sejahtera salam. Warm greetings from Aotearoa, New Zealand. And as we say, tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Using a little short greeting in Māori language. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Macarena Phillips. On the list as Leanne, and we know her as Macarena. And she led a COVID recovery program throughout the lockdown in Aotearoa. So I'm going to hand over and it's a story for us. So Macarena, I saw her. There.
Hi, hello, Dr. Bitsan, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. So I think you would have heard Abdesh say 8 minutes, and if you
Yeah, no problem. I've got my timer set, so I'm good to go. Tēnā koutou. Yeah, as mentioned, my name is Macarena Phillips. So yeah, I'm here in Rotorua, a small town in New Zealand. And I'm going to be speaking today specifically on the mahi that we done. Mahi is work that we done in response to the COVID-19 pandemic that came through New Zealand and the rest of the world. So I'm going to speak directly about a small team from my tribe. Our tribe is Ngāti Rangi Te Ariri, and we are situated on the east coast, on the eastern lake shore here in Rotorua, if anyone's familiar with that. If you get on Google, you can have a little look there and you'll find us just on the east shore of Lake Rotorua here in New Zealand. So I led a team of about approximately 10 to 12 volunteers from our tribe of Ngāti Rangi Te Ariri, and we provided support services to approximately maybe 600 individuals from our tribe of Te Aroa. So breaking it down a bit more, we provided care parcels which went out to each of the households, and inside those care parcels had sanitary products, household items for sanitary purposes, and then your basics. We also had another kai parcel food package, which had your basic food items in it. Dries, long-lasting shelf life type products. We received a lot of that support through networking and connecting with a lot of government organisations, and that were providing support at the time. So what we've done was that we pretty much put forward our tribe and the areas. Me and my team, we got in touch with our tribal members to find out how they were doing within their homes, who had lost work, families that had large numbers, and sort of worked with them to identify what areas they needed support in. And then I went back through my networks to find out which of those areas we could connect those households to. And yeah, so we received a lot of our support through our government, which has been really a huge help to us, not just as Māori, but for the whole of New Zealand, our country. Obviously, you would see our Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, all over the world. She is amazing. It's not lies. She really has done a great job for us. So as well as the individual households, we also provided shelter and hot water facilities for homeless people as well. Homeless people, not just those of our tribe of Ngāti Rangi Tiarere, but also ones that lived around the community of our tribal lands of Ngāti Rangi Tiarere. So we had some families that lived around the marae. Now the marae, if you're not familiar, in New Zealand is a base. Basically our home, the home of our tribe, and it's extended to our entire tribe. So at our marae, we opened up our toilet and shower facilities. We provided hot water to homeless people and to families that had large numbers within their homes, and we coordinated the use of these facilities by having rosters. We had part of our team, we had some of them that lived near the marae there, and they volunteered their services to coordinate a roster between all the different houses, the different bubbles, so that in between each bubble, we were going in and ensuring that all the hygiene standards were kept up to scratch, and everything was fully sanitized in between each bubble, as well as providing the basics.
Macarena, you might need to explain what a bubble is. Not everyone may understand our bubbles.
Okay. So in New Zealand, we were using the term a bubble. So your bubble were your ones that were, how it started was within your household, basically. And you stuck within your bubbles. For myself, there was me and my niece in our house, and that was my bubble. When we went outside of our home, outside to do our grocery shopping or out to the marae, we kept within, originally I think it was, we kept within 6 meters of each other at first, and then that gradually came down to 2 meters. And that's how we stayed within that bubble. So when I referred to the term bubble at the marae, it was basically we done it within the homes. So those that were inside the home, so house number 1, they were referred to as one bubble. They shared all the same, the same amenities within their home. That's my 6 minutes. Dr. Betsy, do you have any other questions that I cover that all right?
Well, maybe we could ask others if they have questions.
Questions, please, you type in the chat box and we will address to them. We don't have much time.
Okay.
We move on to East Kalimantan. Please, stick to your time. The floor is yours, East Kalimantan.
Should we just finish up with Macarena? Was there any concluding points you wanted to make, Macarena? I think you made the point of using Māori language, the indigenous language, to communicate.
Yes.
That was, that's important.
Yeah, so although we're getting a lot of support from our New Zealand government, which is very, everything there is in English, for our tribe especially, and our elderly, was that we sent out pānuis, which is newsletters, in both English and Māori, so that full communications could be covered on both sides, not only just the English sector, but also the Indigenous sector with our Māori. So that was really important to us to be able to cover all grounds there by allowing both New Zealand Māori and English in all our communications.
Thank you, Macarena. Thank you. We have to move on to. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, over to
you to be available.
Yes,
Thanks.
thank you, Betson. Thank you, Betson. Could you please unmute yourself? Could you please mute yourself?
Yes.
We move on to East Kalimantan.
To me very clearly, everyone?
Yes, we can.
No problem. Okay, next. Next slide, please. Maybe not everyone know where Kalimantan is, so you can see the map. Here is Indonesia, and there is a big island internationally called Borneo, but in Indonesia we know the name is more popular as Kalimantan. Next slide. Okay. When we talk about indigenous people in Kalimantan or East Kalimantan in particular, we talk about the Dayak people. The Dayak people they live in Kalimantan, including Malaysia and Brunei. In the map, you can see East Kalimantan has 5 districts, and today I'm going to talk about Mahakamulu and West Kutai district. The whole East Kalimantan has 1,426 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and 31 deaths. Next slide. These are the 2 districts that I'm going to talk about. Mahakamulu with the green color and West Kutai with the yellow color. The color indicate the level of seriousness of the COVID-19. Green means you can see the data there. Population of this district is 45,000. Density 2.9, and there is only 1 case of COVID-19. So it belongs to the green zone. It's still safe. But 1 case is found on the 7th of August, just 3 days ago. And this person is being quarantined in West Kutai. So he hasn't entered Mahakamulu. And the next one is West Kutai, is with yellow. It has better access compared with Mahakamulu, with population of 164,000 and population density 8.04. Cases, confirmed cases are 75 cases of COVID-19. Next slide. In West Kutai, this is the detailed data, but I'm not going to explain everything here. There is no death in West Kutai, but one person died, not confirmed, but there is a possibility that he died because of the COVID-19. And there are at least unofficial data confirmed that at least 10 cases among the indigenous people, among the Dayak in sub-district of Jempang and Bigung. Next slide. So you can see that the very low population density is the advantage of the indigenous people in the two districts, because it is very easy to apply, to follow the distance between people. It is isolated area with greater homogeneity of population, mostly the Dayak people. And disadvantage is limited healthcare facilities and services and dependent on external supplies of food and goods. Next slide. A little bit about the Dayak. They are the traditional inhabitants of the island of Borneo. They have many subgroup, sub-ethnic group. You can read it here. Their traditional livelihood is shifting or sweden cultivation, collecting timber and non-timber forest product, and also livestock. Please return. But the traditional livelihood has changed in recent years. Many people turn to rubber, oil palm, cocoa, and also labor. Next slide. When I say survival strategies, I mean two things. One is how they protect themselves from the COVID-19. In the beginning, in February or March, they carried out traditional rituals. They called tolak bala, but its effect cannot be certain because it may have, some mental impact. They also restrict people from outside to enter the village, their village. So you can see this banner. They say, you are not allowed to enter our village, but if you are forced to enter, we will shoot you by blowing pipe. This is not from West Kutai, but it's from Brau district, but also from the Dayak people. Next slide. Rubber and coal mining industry dependence on this kind of economy is the cause why people become prone to the COVID-19, because they are dependent on external access to external entities. Next. This is the important thing. Traditional, now there is a trends, I think, among the indigenous people. They return to the traditional Sweden cultivation. You can see it here. But it takes time. It takes months to grow rice. But at the same time, they also grow cassava and varieties of vegetables. Also fishing in rivers. And mixed crop, like you can see in this picture, mixed crop, this person grow pineapple, rubber, and oil palm at the same place. Problem is not every household owns land enough for Sweden cultivation. So I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Nanan. Beautiful. People have been asking for the PPTs. All the PPTs, for your information, have been uploaded on the Google Drive. The link will be shared with you after the webinar. Thank you so much. Now we move on to Greater Gombak. We have 67 RCEs in Asia-Pacific region and 175 globally in the 4 continents. And as of now, RC Greater Gombak is the youngest RCE. We also have the candidate, East Java. If they are acknowledged, then they will become the youngest. Over to you, Greater Gombak.
Okay. I'm trying to share the slide. Is the slide on? It's not yet.
Yeah, it's there.
Yes.
It's there.
Okay, it's on. All right. Okay, quickly. I guess I have 7. Yeah. Like all the other RCEs, we are trying our level best to work with this group of indigenous people, which we have many. Yeah. We even have a hospital here that works on the attending the indigenous people COVID issues. Wait. And we are doing the usual stuff of giving the food aid and then etc. But and in fact, I just come back yesterday from visiting them, one village of them who are asking us to help them in terms of how can they continue with their business of bamboo. Yeah. And also at the same time, it's good to see that how they are, some of them following the mask procedure, wearing mask procedure very well, but some of them can't really get what is the meaning of that, because sometimes they don't really have the proper education. And we do have community of indigenous people who share the same, what Martinez Nanang shared, that they put a signage in front of their village, at the entrance of their village, that don't come in. No foreigners allowed to come in. But they won't shoot them, but they just give a strong warning on that. Yeah. What I would like to present here is how, as much as possible, we are trying to continue with what the students has been doing. So there are 3 group of activities that we're doing, try to somehow work with them. Yeah. The first group is one group that is based on is going with the students under their formal subject. That is the sustainable tourism. Yeah, this is the one that I'm referring to. So under this project, the picture is a previous picture, but now they are doing all the preparation, because they cannot go as frequent as before, but they are still trying to understand that group of people. So in this group of people, in these indigenous people, the students are trying to preserve the language of these people. So that's the main objective, and at the same time try to have their economics income. Yeah, and you see from this slide that these women are so helpful, that because the students are students of tourism, so they try to help these indigenous people how to package and sell the product. Yeah, so these are among the outcome, the 3 main outcome of the students, means that in terms of ESD, so the students are happy that they can somehow see the link between what they are studying and what they are doing on the ground. As for our main campus, there's a lot of activities we've been doing. So definitely these are pictures before, yeah. But this is what we used to do. At the moment, what they're doing now is just a regular visit, just to ask that how are they doing, those kind of things, while try to explore whether the same thing can be done. So we got like 4 group of specific student society who are working specifically with this group of indigenous people. These are the number, just to illustrate. I'm not reflecting directly how the COVID, we don't have much detail, but in general, we don't have much issues of indigenous people facing not following or not abiding or being affected by COVID-19 in terms of as being affected, as being a patients. Yeah, but their lifestyle is being affected. So this is why our students keep on asking, at least, how are they doing? Yeah, very comprehensive, because we have been doing this for the past 30 years of the present universities. The students has been going. That specific student society has been doing. Just that adjusting to the COVID pressure is something that we try to work together. Yeah. These are the activities that definitely we can't do this now, but they are now, we are now figuring out how I did. But now with the standard operating procedure, how to do sports, how to continue normal life with these under COVID, these will be the activities that they are still thinking of how to adjust. And the indigenous people are looking forward to this, but we just try to learn from each other. How? Because at the same time, it's not an easy thing to educate them. Even for us, staying not in the indigenous area, it's even difficult to follow the regulation. What more their side to really understand this kind of thing. These are just to illustrate the kind of activities that we used to do, yeah, and we will be doing. We hope this COVID will go away very soon. And we've got another group which is very critical in terms of COVID issues. That is the group of medical students who also has been going and attending to these indigenous people as their final year posting kind of exercise. I mean, all the medical students will be attending to these or indigenous people for the past, I think, 15 years at least. Those medical students will be visiting this group of people. Okay, so here now is the very exact good timing that this group of students are preparing or try to figure out to respond directly, since this is part of their formal educations, and also with the COVID issues. What I assume that what they're doing now is try to give as much as possible, adjusting to the requirements of COVID-19 when visiting this group of indigenous people. At the same time, these are standard activities that we keep on doing, because the community is very close to us. Whenever we give food aid, we put together with them in the food aid the pamphlet to tell them the effect of COVID and how you need to keep clean, all those kind of things. Yeah. Sometimes some of them may take longer explanations to understand, but some of them can immediately understand given the social media help in understanding this. So Abdesh, that is more or less a bit of reflections what we've been doing. We are struggling now, try to get back to the normal activities, but hopefully this thing will get away very fast, and at the same time we'd like to learn from each other. Thank you very much, Abdesh.
Thank you, Janal. Brilliant. And we also wish that COVID gets over and we are back to the normalcy. Thank you. We move on to Thailand, second Nakhon. We welcome Dr. Ansha.
Hello, everyone. Could I share my slide?
Yes, you have to.
Okay. Oops. You have to allow me to share my slide.
No, we will do it.
I cannot share my slide.
Shall we do it for you?
Because I click share and okay now.
If you have a problem, we can do it for you. Yeah, you are there. You are there.
Everyone can see my slide?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, right now I show my slide. Okay.
Yes.
Hello everyone. I'm Anchasa Pramunchalankit from RCE Sakonnakhon. I would love to say that we are the new RCE we established last year before COVID. Sakonnakhon situated northeast of Thailand. We very close to Laos, so we just 1 hour from Laos, and this where we situate, as you can see us. So for the indigenous people in our Sakonnakhon ourselves, we have six tribes. I will try to pronounce it. First one is Puthai. On the left one, as you can see, we can distinguish them from the dress, and I if everyone notice the color of the dress, most of the second one is dog kaso. Most of them dress in blue, navy blue because indigo color. And the fifth one is Kalung. It's on the left hand side. They have the way of living almost the same. We based on the agricultural activity. And the right one is Thai Lao. If you notice, we are very close to Lao. So we have Lao as one of the tribes in our region. So as you may notice, everyone dressed in indigo color. So Saskatchewan is one of the old city producing the natural indigo fabric. So when the COVID come, actually the COVID didn't affect the tribe that much because but it affect the business, the community business, because every tribe produced indigo fabric, as you can see from this picture. So this is the local market where all the tribe send out their products for sale, and their product based on the indigo fabric. And in 2017, Saskatchewan was named for World Class City for Natural Indigo by the World Class Council Asia-Pacific Region. So we are now, if you come to Saskatchewan, you will see indigo fabric everywhere by every tribe. This is one thing in common for every tribe in Saskatchewan. So RCE Saskatchewan take part. We come to the every tribe and we try to support them to produce the fabric for sale. Okay, and this is, I want to show you the indigo fabric made from indigo tree. As you may see, the indigo tree is green color. This is the natural indigo tree on the left hand side, the second picture. So this is the tribe, one of the tribe. This picture I took from the project that RCE Saskatchewan helped the Kalung, one of the tribe. We try to increase their productivity. So the indigo tree is green, but when we dye the cotton fabric, it become indigo or blue, navy blue color. That is all natural. So they start from weaving the cotton and then they dye. But the process of dyeing is very complicated. I cannot explain in such a certain amount of time. So if you may see, this or the process to get one fabric as an indigo fabric. So what we do in this COVID era, we found that the indigo fabric has a special specification that it can protect. It can also be used as the mask. So in the COVID, I may present our work in the different way than other RCE. So we encourage the tribe to produce masks to protect everyone in the community and also in their tribe to put the mask that made from their local. So when they have the shortage of the mask, the paper mask, if you notice that at the certain time we have the shortage of the paper mask, in Thailand we produce our own mask from the fabric. And in RCE Saskatchewan, this is what we produce from the 6th tribe. We produce the indigo mask. So we sell locally to support the farmer in every tribe. So I would love to say that is the activity that RCE Saskatchewan participate with the indigenous or the tribe in Saskatchewan. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ansa. Fantastic color, design, fabric, and purely organic. We need to really use them. We need to be vocal for the local. That's the Indian Prime Minister says. Everyone must encourage to buy the local products, encourage others as well to buy the local products. Dirty corporates have been selling their products at a very coughing, whooping price, and really no variety. So thank you, Ansa. You maintained the time and did very well. Wonderful. Thank you so much. We have divided into 3 groups. So now the second group will be taken over by Professor Diab Ayu. Just a request to you, Professor. In the second group, Eastern Arunachal Pradesh, we will take into the third group, and that will be replaced by RC Srinagar. So after Bangladesh, you take RC Srinagar, and Eastern Arunachal Pradesh goes to third group. Thank you. Over to you, sir. Group 2. Fitri, take over.
Okay, thank you very much, Abdes. And now we are moving to group 2, but okay, wait a second. Group 2, the moderator will be
Intan.
Bu Intan. Okay,
Yeah.
Bu Intan. Okay, but okay. Wait a second, Bu Intan.
Professor Diab Ayu Yutan Sari.
Mr. Abdes, my name Intan. I'm not a professor. I'm a lecturer.
Okay. Okay, Bu Intan, time is yours. Okay. Bu Intan, time is yours. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for Mr. Abdes.
But Bu Intan, probably before you proceed, I would like to we would like to extend our deepest gratitude for Bapak Minister, for His Excellency Minister of Social Affairs. I'm wondering, okay, wait a second. Okay, so we would like to extend our uttermost gratitude for His Excellency Minister of Social Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia for kindly attending this webinar and for the insightful remarks. And yeah, we would be really delighted if you could stay with us, but we would understand if due to your tight schedule, you would have to leave the webinar early. Okay. And we wish you a very good health. And once again, thank you very, very much. Okay, so over to you, Bu Intan.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Ibu Fitri. Yeah. For the second group, we have 5 presenters. So I would like to introduce the presenter for the second group discussion. The first presenter will be from RCE Delhi, India, with the title Indigenous People in COVID-19 Era, will be presented by Livlin K. Kahlon, PhD. And the second presenter will be from RCE Philippines, with the title Extension Intervention for the Baju Community in Daos, Bohol, from the Community Extension Unit of Bohol Island State University. And the third presenter will be from RCE Sundarban, Bangladesh, with the title Indigenous Peoples and Sustainability, will be presented by Dr. Rashid Al Mahmoud. And the fourth presenter will be from RCE Srinagar, India, with the title Gujar and Bakarwal of Jammu and Kashmir by Dr. Abdes Kumar Gangwar. And the last but not least will be from RCE candidate East Java, with the title The Existence of Tenggaris During the Pandemic COVID-19, will be presented by Erwin Nurrifa. So without any further, I will welcome the first presenter from RCE Delhi, Goa, Mumbai.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Livlin from Terry, and I will be presenting on behalf of the RCEs in Terry, which is Delhi, Goa, and Mumbai. So I will quickly share my screen with you. 1 minute. Sorry. I hope you are able to see my screen now.
Yes, we can. Niblin,
Yeah,
please.
thank you. Yeah, thank you. I have a very generic presentation. The purpose of doing this was because when we are talking of indigenous people and we're talking of the current COVID times, we have very regional specific impacts. And though it is good to collect case studies from different regions, but it is equally important to understand from where this entire problem or this big issue of conserving the indigenous people's knowledge and helping them in the COVID era, it is important. So my presentation is more or less on a tribe called Pauri Bhuiya. They are situated in the state of Odisha in India, and the state of Odisha is the richest when it comes to the number of indigenous communities in India. It has 62 communities, and by far the number of tribes are the highest, and there are other states which has the maximum population. So each tribe has its own indigenous situated knowledge. So it is we have a dual problem. One is in conserving and protecting the knowledge of each tribe. Second is looking at the entire population and the community strength, and then protecting the overall community structure. So am I audible? Am I audible, please? You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. When I did a quick analysis of a SWOT analysis of the current COVID situation, though it has weaknesses and threats, but also this is an age of strengths. Why I say strength is because the indigenous communities are highly resilient and they are empowered with traditional knowledge systems. And these knowledge systems are situated in their own population. But the only challenge is we need to have indigenous communication and media, because most of the knowledge is transferred from word of mouth. And these are tribes and these are populations which are found in remote areas. And out of the total indigenous population of the world, around 30 million, this is as per the World Bank April 2019 report, are highly threatened by COVID. And why so? Because COVID, the virus itself, it is disrupting the traditional food systems, the health facilities, whatever we see in the normal population, which is not a tribal area, is seen and it is magnified in a tribal zone, because the capacity to adapt to this sudden change, which is more or less a system which has intruded into the traditional living, is very recent, and it will take them some time to adapt and come out of this, and I'm sure they will do in near future. When see, I will just if you, the points are there, the presentation is with you, but I want you to just take note of the fourth point, which is written, that the elements of knowledge systems in tribes affect each other in complex ways which depict evolutionary trends. And that is why COVID is posing a very big threat to the communities, because this is sudden and the impact and the resilience cannot come immediately. It will take them a lot of time. It will go at par to evolutionary trend. And when we say evolutionary trend, what is the proof? All tribes, all indigenous communities have methods of transferring knowledge from one population set to the other. This is a generation to generation transfer, which is linked to a system called as meme. And meme is again strongly supported by a scientific theory of biocultural evolution, because it is an idea or a trait that is running through a generation through language, writing, speech, gesture, folklore. So this entire COVID thing, when we are looking at vaccines, we are looking at ways in which populations can be helped to move out of the threat. The tribal populations, the indigenous communities, will have a greater issue, because for them it is sudden, it is not a part of their evolutionary trend. And that is why this entire COVID and the adaptation to this COVID is a major issue of concern in the tribal population. So we need to keep into our attention that meme is what we are looking at, and this is at par to the gene, which is a part of the biological evolution. We mentioned that just the total population which is at threat currently is 70 million out of the total 370 million indigenous people worldwide, and it will take them a lot of time to adapt, mitigate, and reduce the disaster risk. And COVID is no less than a disaster risk for them because it has happened suddenly, and their socio-ecological and economic responses will take them a lot of time to be a part of their system, which is their memes, and this has to take a evolutionary trend. India has close to 700 tribes, and India, the country, has second largest tribal population in the world after Africa. There are different names given to indigenous communities in India. They're called Adivasis, Girijan, Anusuchit Jati, Van Jati. These are Indian terms, but and the distribution pattern of these tribes vary. They are, of course, closely situated near to areas which are rich in the forest zones, but also they are closely situated in areas which are in the transition zone, because migration patterns are strongly seen in indigenous populations in India. And hence we see that within the indigenous populations, there are certain tribes which are called as particularly vulnerable tribal groups, PVTGs 75 in India, which are given more importance, they are given more conservation status as compared to the tribal groups, because the tribal groups have migrated, but PVTGs, they are situated and they stay in the locations where they were identified. And more and more we see that there is a heavy decline in the traditional support systems because of migration. A lot of people have moved out of the zones, and also they have adapted, leading to changed demographies and socio-economic situations. So this is a very complex area of work which is currently being studied. There is a sequential structuring of PVTGs in the country, and this is also linked to the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. They have a repository, we have tribal anthems, different things are taken care of. But when we say it, there has to be a local specific focus, that is more or less missing, because there is a big diversity and diverse range. So this is what I said. There is a movement from hillock to hillock, and when these tribes are moving, the roads and the inroads, they are leading to dilution of the knowledge systems. So even when we talk of resilience, we talk of their own system of coming out of COVID, it will be a difficulty because a lot of external pressure would be there. So the tribes are more threatened, they are more at risk, because they have to survive the COVID, plus they have to survive the loss of their traditional knowledge. So only when these two are addressed, we can see that there will be a change. A lot of development has happened in the zone, in the areas. We have new catchment zones identified, schools are set up.
Excuse me, Miss Lilin.
Yeah, I will cut. And they have housing structures.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. So what I want to say, and the conclusions are that when we look at threats to indigenous communities in COVID, we have to first understand that as a biological system which needs to be addressed step by step. And we need to address the virus, and we need to address the loss of traditional knowledge. So this is what I wanted to bring forward, and later on we can have a one-to-one discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Lilin, for your presentation. That's a good, insightful. And we can move on for the second presenters from RCE Bohol, Philippines. Times is yours. Dr. Bernabe. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, yeah.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see your slide very clear.
Okay, thank you.
Make it full presentation. Make it full screen. Click on the. Could you please make it a full screen, Barnabe?
Yes, I have just to click the slide for a while.
Here. You can click. Great, thank you.
Okay. Mabuhay to everyone. Greetings of peace and good health to everyone from the Philippines, in particular from Bohol Island State University and from the Regional Center of Expertise, Bohol. For the information of those who do not know me, I am Bernabe Mijares Jr., the focal person for RCE Bohol in Bohol Island State University. The title of my presentation is Extension Intervention for the Bajau Community in Dawis, Bohol, Central Philippines. A little background about the Bajau. The Bajaus, also known as sea gypsies, are originally from the southern part of the Philippines, in particular in Mindanao. They are commonly scattered along the coastal areas of Sulu, Tawi-Tawi, Basilan, and in some municipalities of Zamboanga del Sur. Bajaus are an oppressed tribe. They are also called Palau or Lumaan, translated in English as God-forsaken by the Tausugs, the dominant tribe in Sulu. Due to discrimination and continuing violence, they migrated to the northern part of the country, in the Visayas and in some provinces at the southern tip of Luzon. Some of them went to as far as Malaysia. The Bajau's traditional source of income includes selling or barter of fish, selling grated coconut, cassava, weaving, and jewelry making, especially such associated with pearls. However, with the loss of traditional fishing grounds, many of the refugees are forced to resort to begging on the street, diving for coins thrown by inter-island ferry passengers. And more recently, Bajau fishermen are often associated with illegal and destructive practices such as dynamite and cyanide fishing, coral mining, and cutting of mangrove trees. These are because these are due generally to modernity that impose restrictions on their traditional culture and practices. So the next slide presents to you some images of the Bajau tribe. Their houses, if they have these houses, are made mostly of wood, and as you can see in the picture, the wooden house stands on bamboo stilts. And we also have here an image, a picture of a Bajau family on a boat on their traditional bangka. And we also have a picture here of Bajau mothers and their children on the street. They usually flock to the streets of cities in daytime to beg. Okay, Bajau community in Dawis, Bohol. The coming of the Bajau immigrants to Bohol is yet to be officially documented. What is common knowledge, however, is that the local government unit of Dawis, this is the smallest political unit in the country, Dawis Bohol gave them a settlement. So until today, their community is in Totolan, Dawis Bohol. On the extreme right of the slide is the map of the Philippines, and on the right side of that image rather, upper right side is the map of Mindanao. And if you can see the blue circle there, that highlights the original settlement of the Bajaus in Mindanao. As I have emphasized in the previous slide, they are usually scattered in Zamboanga Peninsula, but in particular in Tawi-Tawi, Basilan, and Sulu. Through the local, and the another picture there, or another image there on the lower left side, is the map of the municipality of Panglao, comprising the island of Panglao, comprising the municipalities of Dawis and Panglao. The opposite of that is mainland Bohol, and there is a circle there and an arrow that highlights the settlement for the Bajau community in Dawis. Through the LGU's assistance and consistent encouragement, the Bajaus in Dawis have progressively assimilated to the mainstream without necessarily disregarding their cultural tradition. It is well documented that most of their children are now attending formal education. Perhaps one of the better motivations is the case of one of them who is now a school teacher after having graduated from college and passed the licensure examination. So what about the extension intervention of Bohol Island State University and RCE Bohol in the Bajaus in Dawis? How did BISU with RCE Bohol conceived of the extension intervention for the Bajaus in Dawis? The focus problem statement from the Philippine ERI or Philippine Informal Reading Inventory assessment for school year 2018-2019 says that out of 38 Bajau learners, 6 out of 38 Bajau learners in grade 4 cannot read Filipino words at a given time. Moreover, the same assessment revealed that most pupils enrolled in grade 4 had difficulty in reading English and had manifested poor comprehension skills. The extension intervention of the university and RCE Bohol is in fact a literacy training that addresses the above-mentioned challenges. So in this training program, grade 4 pupils who belong to the non-readers group and grade 5 who are all Bajau pupils will be trained in reading and phonics, in vocabulary, sentence recognition, phrasing, blending and syllabication, sentence construction, short story reading, and writing. The training happens every Saturday starting August 2019 onward in 3 consecutive years and will be sustained if needed. The staff is composed of professors and students of the university who go on extra mile outside working and class days to implement the intervention. Hence, the title of the presentation or the description extension in the title of the presentation. We believe, Bohol Island State University and RCE Bohol believe that implementing this training program is achieving at least 2 of the global sustainable development goals. And these 2 goals are goal number 4 and goal number 10. Goal number 4 is quality education and goal number 10, reduce inequalities. So here are some photo documentation of the extension intervention in the elementary school in located in the community of the Bajaus in Dawis. Motivational setup for Bajau pupils. The next slide still a photo documentation. Bajau pupils in word syllabication. And another group of pictures depicting.
Excuse me, Dr. Bernabe. Excuse me, the time is up, so you can conclude maybe.
Okay.
Thank you.
From the start of the suspension of classes on March 16, 2020 due to COVID-19, BISU has ceased the face-to-face encounter with the Bajau pupils. We are still conceiving viable strategies to reconnect with them to sustain the literacy training amidst the continued existence of the pandemic. So to conclude, the implementers of the extension intervention for the Bajaus in Dawis Bohol would like to recognize the administration of Bohol Island State University, RCE Bohol, the administration of Totolan Elementary School, and the First Consolidated Bank of Bohol. Without their encouragement, kind assistance, and generous support, the training program would not have been implemented. We hope and pray that the circumstances shall all converge to favor the realization of this training into fruition so that we may be able to make a difference in the lives of the Bajau pupils and towards the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bernabe from RCE Philippines. Next, we have RCE Sundarban, Dr. Rashid Al-Mahmoud. Times is yours, Doctor. Dr. Rashid?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you want to share a screen or do you want me to share a screen? Mr.
Yes,
Rashid?
I'm sharing mine.
Great, thank you.
I think it's working, right? Is it working?
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Good morning. So I'm going to talk about Sundarbans. So many of you might know about it, but many of you may not know about it. So this is the largest mangrove forest in the world, and it is situated in 2 countries. The larger part is situated in Bangladesh, and the other side is situated in India. And this is one of the major hotspot of biodiversity. So if we are looking at there in terms of different understanding, there are 334 species of vegetation, 49 species of mammals, including, as you know, the famous Royal Bengal tiger, because the other day was the Global Tiger Day. And then we have 53 species of reptile, 120 species of bird, and 8 species of amphibians, and 300 species of fish. But what is also important, and that is what our intervention comes in, that it's also we are trying to have a paradigm shift in terms of conservation, where we think that living in harmony with nature is the conservation paradigm that we must undertake in order to specifically achieve the SDGs as well as the larger 2050 vision. So if you are looking at, there are almost 3.5 million people who are directly or indirectly dependent for their livelihood here. So if we can you see me, and am I audible?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So and these these traditional resource users are in different groups. Some are Bawali, who are basically woodcutter, and then there are Mawali, locally known as Mawali, who are honey collector, and then Jele, who are fishermen, Chunari. So these are traditional resource users, and there are also ethnic indigenous tribes, particularly Munda. As you might be aware, we know that there were COVID, and then Sundarban was further hit hard by very strong cyclone called Amphan. But what I'm trying to talk about is the resilience of this indigenous traditional resource users group in terms of their addressing the situation. So if we look at that, there are many issues that are affecting Sundarbans, particularly in terms of there is a huge biodiversity loss. Then there are issues relating to land tenure and land tenure insecurity of indigenous communities, and also there are gradual decline in access to natural resources, because so that's also leading to non-sustainable use of biodiversity resources, and this also has resulted in limited alternative livelihoods as well as increasing poverty. So the COVID-19 has further exacerbated the current scenario, because the contamination is not biased, but what is important is to understand that there is a discrimination in terms of effect of COVID-19. So we would, in my last presentation, we talked about how the communities are coping with regard to COVID. And we have also said in our last presentation, but I would just quickly recap that the RC Sundarban is a group of people who are a collaborative coming from the university, the leading university of Bangladesh, which is University of Dhaka, then the university which is close to Sundarbans, which is also a public university. There are two departments who are associated with us, which is Khulna University, and then there are community cooperatives who represent the traditional resource users. So the driving force behind the resilience is the cooperatives, and we are there to facilitate the process. We are not leading the process, we are rather animating the process. So what we are trying to do is really bring in this traditional knowledge and customary rules, which is quite important, which is not given adequate space, particularly in the so-called science-led understanding. But what we are trying to do is to argue that traditional knowledge and customary rules are as important as the so-called Western science. So that allows us, in terms of their resilience, to respond to the crisis through sustainable natural resource utilization. And these people are really...
Excuse me, Dr. Rashid.
Yes.
The time is very limited, so can you give the
Okay, I'll just take 2 minutes. Okay. Then community-based innovation. We are also dealing with the community-based mangrove aqua silviculture, which is in response to climate change. And definitely they are also. So I would not go into details, but what is really discernible is that the way they are really addressing and conserving the nature, which directly addresses to SDGs 13 and 15. So that's quite important. And then also the way they are addressing through biodiverse way of addressing the climate change. That's quite remarkable, and they have done it fantastically. And which is most important is to really claim their rights on indigenous and natural resources. So these cooperatives are showing the way how to really address and claim their rights and decide by themselves, for themselves, and of themselves. And if anyone is interested, we would be happy to share, say for example, the last 9th August, which is yesterday, the IUCN, Global IUCN published published an article from our RC Sundarbans, which deals with this, and I would be happy to share this. And it was wonderful to be with you. We welcome feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rashid, for your insightful presentation. For participants, if you have any question, you can write down in the chat room. Just for information. Okay, for the next speaker, we will have RCE Srinagar from India, Dr. Abdes Kumar Gangwar. Time is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to talk about two very important community, the Gujars and Bakarwals. They are the transhumans. They are the nomadic tribe, the herders. They both belong to scheduled tribe communities. They both are Muslims. They speak the same language, intermarried, similar, except the profession they practice. The Gujars rear buffaloes and the Bakarwals rear goats and sheep. Some pictures here. In India, we have a number of tribal communities, as Levlin mentioned, 313 nomadic tribes, 60 million population. They do variety of jobs, salt traders, storytellers mentioned here. According to ILO, 90 countries, roughly 500,000 million indigenous people belonging to 5,000 ethnic communities that I have said. they need us particularly now when we have COVID, we have a disaster, pandemic, and these communities are marginalized, discriminated. And we also need them. We have seen through all these presentations so far, such a fantastic ITK they have, such a fantastic knowledge system, natural resource management system. We need the traditional wisdom, as everyone has said, get it mixed with the modern science, and that will give us the clues for sustainable development. Pastoralism, I mean, grazing animals, moving forward, backward, is a very unique lifestyle, the livelihood system, which is very unique, very remarkable, very interesting. These are some photos. They're always on the move. They never stay at one place. They keep moving with their herds of animals. They are the bakarwals who rear sheep and goats, always on the move with their belongings, with their babies. So the move is between high altitudes and low altitudes. High altitudes is between summer, April to September. During winter, this area is snow-capped. You can't access that. But when the snow melts, these people reach there and they graze animals. And when the snowfall starts, they come back to the down October to March. So that's their journey from highland to lowland with their sheep. This is a highland pasture. You see the snow-capped mountains, and there is a shepherd. His sheep are grazing. Same here, such a fresh water, sheep grazing here. Moving with the household stuff, moving with the animals. And during the movement, they come in contact with us. Otherwise, they are always quite aloof, isolated in the pristine nature. That's their movement. When they are upland, they do make a small hut, which is totally from the forest resources, wood and the thatch and whatever. Everything is from the nature. Their fantastic knowledge, which we have described, ethnoveterinary to taking health care of themselves, their animals, the weather pattern, surviving in that harsh climate, navigation is fantastic without any GPS. They are able to. So all that. Plus, I mean, we call them uneducated. The modern education is not relevant for them, but these people are able to pass on whatever knowledge they have, including tangible, intangible, folklore, from generation to generation without any written or audio recorded, video recorded. So that's a fantastic education system we have to, and fantastic lifestyle. Their footprint is very low, and that's what we have to learn. The practice, their footprint is really, rather we can say, a negative footprint. They add on to regeneration of the nature. The problem is they live very close to the border area, which is Pakistan, India, and China, which is very sensitive. And because of armed conflict, international boundary regulation, their movement has got restricted. Earlier, they were able to access the pasture lands very close to China border, Pakistan border, which they are not allowed. So that's the problem with them. UN system has been very helpful, and they have two articles, 14 and 31. Article 14 is for the education system, but it has not been happening. It has not been happening, and there we have to pitch in as RC Srinagar. We have to help them improve their education system. Article 31 is how they have to build upon their cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and all the tangible, intangible. So both these articles, they give a lot of protection to these communities. That is their statement. We keep running from one place to another. So there is no way we can leave our children behind and send them to schools. A statement from a 45-year-old Bakarwal tribe. Child, he has to be with the animals. That's how their life is in the pristine nature. Animals are part of the family. That's the school they have. I mean, so we need to have an education system, a syllabus, curriculum. What kind of a teacher we need to have who can teach them? What teaching aids? What textbooks? So, but we offer to them as of now through the education system is really irrelevant, and the children have no tangible benefit. As a result, they drop out. Government tried to have mobile schools, which did not really work because the syllabus was not relevant. The teachers were not prepared to teach them the way they wanted. So that is what RC Srinagar has been trying to give them a syllabus curriculum which they find relevant, local specific, which serves to their livelihood purposes, cultural, language, and which is very difficult to make. And this is the schools that learn. So while moving with the herds of the animals, a teacher is able to transact the knowledge through a special curriculum, and that is we are in the process of making. When it comes to COVID-19, these communities accept the migration. They live in a pristine environment, and they are quite resilient, unlike the other tribes which Levlin mentioned, which are in the mainland, and they do not really enjoy that pristine environment. Both the communities are physically very strong. They drink milk, eat meat, robust, having good immune system, live with nature, absolute pure air, oxygen rich, what we call a life-giving air, in isolation, which we practice in COVID. Inhale pure air, eat organic products. But do have the social impact is these communities are really they look down. A lot of racial discrimination that is done, and because of COVID, their movement was not allowed. The government said no, that will spread the COVID, so they could not access the highland pastures. So that was a big discrimination, of course, and discrimination for the children. So they were already discriminated. The COVID also added to that. So education to everything was affected. Less access to government. If they go to government facilities, people say, no, stay away. Discrimination is there. Economically, the big setback. 68 days was the first lockdown. Everything was shut down, all the markets. So the Gujars who rear the buffaloes, their main job is selling the milk. As there was no demand for the milk, everything was shut down. They had to throw it. So a big setback for them. The Bakarwals, they rear the sheep and goats. So during the festival of Eid, sacrifice, which is a ritual for every Muslim, government did not allow this year. No prayers allowed in the Eidgah. There was no congregation. Even markets were not allowed, and the meat, the sacrifice was not allowed. So they lost their livelihood. So these were the economic losses. And COVID impact, I mean, there were some positive impacts. Everybody was inside because of lockdown. So they had more space. The animals could move freely. A lot of government subsidies they could avail. And they also got a message, improved hygiene and sanitation, improved awareness about diseases. So that also, and people appreciated their lifestyle. So they also got confident of their way of living. RC Srinagar welcomes all the RCs, all the UNESCO chairs, to all these universities who are partners, to partner in this. I mean, fantastic, making up a syllabus curriculum, teaching ed, and orienting the teachers, training for them. So this is, we welcome anyone to join the project. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdes. The last presenter for the second group discussion today will be from RCE candidate East Java, Ms. Erwin Nur Rifah. Ms. Erwin Nur Rifah, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hong Ulun Basuki Langgeng. Yeah, I am Erwin from Jember, East Java. I would like to convey my gratitude to the committee and the organizer of this webinar, who have given me the opportunity to make a presentation about the indigenous communities, especially as a candidate of RCE's member. And at this time, I would like to deliver a presentation entitled "The Existence of Tengger During the Pandemic." Okay, the slide, I think the host, the organizer have the slide. So could you please help me to share the slide, or I will share the slide. Okay. Yep. Thank you. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, the identity of Tenggeris. So who is Tengger? Tengger people are indigenous people who inhabit the valley of Mount Bromo. It is a very famous, Mount Bromo, Tengger and Semeru, which are located in 4 districts of Probolinggo, Pasuruan, Malang, and Lumajang. And their life rely on nature and traditions, and this became their local wisdom. We can see from each of their important activities always begins with a ritual asking the ruler of nature to protect them, and they use plants as an offering, sesajen, and medications. Next slide. Okay. Their communication, they have their own language, which is an adoption of ancient Java language. And so their language is a little bit similar with Javanese language, and the people will be acknowledged as a Tengger community if they practicing traditions of Tengger, such as Pujan, Barian, Karo, Kasada, Unan-unan, and etc. So if some people live in the Tengger area, but they do not practice tradition of Tengger, so they will not acknowledge as a Tengger community. And the religion of Tengger community, mainly Hindu, and some are Muslim. Okay, next slide. Yeah. And you can see from the picture that the Tengger community wearing a cloth, which is, we call it sarung. It's cover their body because especially in that area is a very, it's cold compared with other area because it is in the valley of a mountain. And it is also become the identity of the Tengger people. They always wearing sarung and also wearing udeng or head cover. And when they meet each other, they always deliver special greeting, Hong Ulun Basuki Langgeng, like what I said in the first, and will be replayed with Langgeng Basuki. The Tengger community believe that they are descendant of Roro Anteng and Joko Seger, and the name of Tengger come from the initial of the last name of Roro Anteng and Joko Seger. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, we talk, next slide. We will talk about the Dukun. Dukun or Saman is someone who has a very important role and has a high position in the society. So everyone can be a Dukun, but they have to pass the exam, the test, before they will be recognized as a Dukun. And in Tengger community, there are at least 4 types of Dukun. The first one is a traditional birth attendant or Dukun who help someone to deliver a baby. And the second one is Dukun of circumcision. And the third one is Dukun of ritual traditions. And the fourth one is Dukun religious. And the highest status of Dukun from 4 Dukun is the Dukun religious, because the Dukun religious is someone who lead the ritual of religions. Okay, next slide. So how the pandemic affect the indigenous people of Tengger? The first one is, since the first case of COVID was confirmed in East Java province, the Tengger was locked down. So the only one access, even though the Tengger is located in 4 districts, so they only have one access from each district. And those access was closed. So the outsider, the people from outside cannot come to the Tengger, and the Tengger people also cannot get out of the Tengger. And it gives big impact, especially for the economy and their tradition, because their living rely on tourism and vegetable plantations. So due to road closure, the farmer cannot sell the vegetable to the surrounding cities, and the tourists cannot come to the Tengger. So it's a very it gives the big impact for the Tengger community. And next slide. Okay. And due to the pandemic, in order to reduce the spread of COVID-19, the government make a policy by prohibiting the celebration of traditional and religious ritual, especially ritual which involve many people or public. So only certain ritual that are allowed, and it is only for Tengger's people. So there is no tourist, there is no outsider, and yeah, and also the rule of dukun become less because the dukun also get income from this ritual and ceremony. Yeah, and yeah, like what I said before, that these conditions threaten the existence of indigenous people. Yeah, especially in relation to the government policy by look down the area, the Tengger community, and also by prohibiting them doing ritual and traditional ceremony. So, how is the Tengger community in the present days, in the present condition, when the government start to apply a new normal policy with less restriction, with less prohibitions? Now, actually, there is no case of COVID found in Tengger, so zero case in Tengger. And the second one, now the farmer may sell the vegetable to the surrounding cities, but with limited access. So previously, before the pandemic, they can sell to the surrounding cities with no limitation. They can go out and go in without limitation. But now they may sell, but they cannot go out too often. And the third one, now some ritual or traditions are held with limited people. So the government also allow the Tengger people to conduct tradition or held the ritual, but with limited people, and still do not allow the tourists or other people from outside Tengger to see, to come and to visit. Yeah, that's all from my presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Erwin. Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Erwin. Before I hand over the session to the next session, to the third session, we have only 2 minutes for the question and answer. And actually, we already have one question, if I'm not mistaken, from the chat room. Where is the chat room? Actually, the answer is about what is your policy recommendation for indigenous people during the to fight the COVID-19 or another treat disease maybe. So the question is around this. So what is your policy recommendation? Maybe Mr. Abdes want to explain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See, COVID has no medicine, vaccine plus medicine. The only medicine is you build your immunity, stay fit. For that, you have to take care of yourself, take good rest, do yoga, exercise, whatever, eat good food, eat good sleep, practice hygiene, hand hygiene to your respiratory hygiene. That's it. And indigenous communities, I mean, accept that their food security is at stake, their movement is at stake. But they are already, I mean, not getting the government facilities. Otherwise, they are quite well off. The resilience, that is the theme of this year's International Day for World's Indigenous Community. The resilience of the indigenous communities. Government regulation, I mean, by that time, pandemic will get over, and these communities are able to take care of themselves. They have been living in isolation, and that's it at the moment. Regulation for what?
Okay, that's it.
Thank
so,
you.
what about Dr. Rashid? Thank you, Dr. Abdes. Dr. Rashid, you have any maybe opinion? Oh, not yet. Maybe Miss Erwin for
Okay.
Indonesian, maybe.
Okay,
For
thank you
Indonesian
very
group.
much. Okay, thank you very much. As we know that so far, the policy that government applied for the people mostly and usually from top down, not from
Yeah.
bottom up. And for instance, like the cases for Tenggeras people, the government just apply the policy that okay, the road is locked, no one can come in and get out, but there is no compensation for the farmer, for instance. There is no compensation for the tourists, for the people who work in the tourist
sector.
Yeah, and it becomes very difficult for the Tenggeras people to to running the life because of this policy. So for me, my recommendation is the government should listen more to what the indigenous people needs, what the indigenous people wants. It's not just simply close the road, not letting outsider come in or the insider come out. So it's not like that. But the government need to listen more to the indigenous need. Yeah, that's my answer. Thank
I
you.
agree. Okay. Thank you, Miss Erwin. Next, maybe Dr. Livlin. Miss Livlin? No? Miss Livlin? Okay. I think that's all for second group discussion. I want to say thank you very much for all the presenters and also for the committee. Maybe we will have another meetings in the future. It's okay. Okay. I will hand over the next group discussion with Mrs. Ningrum, Nur Cahya Ningrum. Times is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Intan, for the great opportunity to be next moderator in the third group discussion. Firstly, I want to say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, I want to introduce myself as your moderator in the third group. My name is Nur Cahyaning Dwi Kusuma Ningrum. You can call me Miss Ningrum. If you want to know how to spell my name, do you know the dining room, right? You must delete the die and just keep the Ningrum, okay? It's just intermezzo for know me better. If you want to laugh so loud, it's okay, fine. I can hear you. Okay, I think enough for me to know me as a moderator without wasting much time anymore. Let's go straight to the core of the third discussion group this afternoon. Today, we will discuss the same topic with the previous group. We'll talk about indigenous people in the COVID era. But now, we will focus on discussing the topic of the 4 countries that they are representative of RCE Kyrgyzstan, RCE Kuching Sarawak Malaysia, RCE Eastern Arunachal Pradesh India, and the last one is RCE Yogyakarta Indonesia, represented by Gadjah Mada University. First, I want to say how do you do, Dr. Chinara Sandiakova or Keniki Jumaline Liva from Kyrgyzstan? Can you say hello for me to know that you are already on this Zoom?
Yes, hello, we are on Zoom. Thank you. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. And then how do you do? Joser C. Rico Jr. from Kuching Sarawak, Malaysia. Can you say hello to me? Mr. George? Hello? Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Thank you so much. And then, how do you do, Vijay Swani from Eastern Arunachal Pradesh, India? Can you say hello to me now, Mr. Vijay? Mr. Vijay. Vijay Swani from Eastern Arunachal Pradesh, India. Hello? Okay. Maybe next And then how do you do, Mr. and Mrs. Represent from RCE Yogyakarta by Gajah Mada University Indonesia? Can you say hello to me so I can make sure that you are already here now? Okay, maybe we give you more time, okay? Are you ready for sharing with us your precious presentation, Mr. and Mrs.? So, let me, before we start the presentation session, then allow me to give information to the participant that the question and answer session will be done after all the presentation have done. So, as long as the presenter perform the presentation, please write your question into the column that have been provided by the committee in the chat, maybe, okay? For a valuable presenter, after I get the first presenter to present, first, I hope the second presenter is ready before the first presentation finishes presenting. And the second hope is, I hope the presentation time is not more than 7 minutes, because after the presentation session, we will continue at a very limited time question and answer session. And the third, I'm just kidding. I don't have the third hope. Just let me tell you who is the first, second, third, and the last presenter today. So, the first presenter today is Dr. Chinara Sandiakova or Kenny K. Jumaleneva from RCE Kyrgyzstan. And then second is Mr. Josh Yong Siriko Jr. from RCE Kuching Sarawak, Malaysia. And the third is Mr. Vijay Swani from RCE Eastern Arunachal Pradesh, India. And then the last one is from RCE Yogyakarta, Indonesia, represented by Gajah Mada University. Okay, directly to the first presentation today. In the third group, it will be from RCE Kyrgyzstan to Dr. Chinara Sandiakova or Keniki Jumaleneva with the title of presentation is Kyrgyz People, Culture and Tradition. Hello, Dr. Chinara
Hello.
Sandiakova. Okay, time is yours now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And we would like to talk about Kyrgyz people who are fighting COVID. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Kaniki. Okay. Yeah, Kyrgyzstan is located in Central Asia between China, Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. And the whole population is 6,389,000 people. And Kyrgyz people is more than 73%. And it's like mono nations now. And the Russians 5.6%, Uzbek people, we have Uzbek people, Uyghur people, Dungan, and Tajik people. And Kyrgyz people has a very interesting traditions because we are nomad people, and from past we were using natural resources and traditional property way. And Kyrgyz people were living in harmony with the nature. And we were with the Soviet Union during the 70 years, and we lost many our traditions and we become satellite people. And now we are thinking all our life is connected for our traditions, and we are recovering our traditions, but it's very difficult because many holders of traditional knowledges now are past, and we're still trying to collect our traditions to live in sustainable way in harmony with our traditions. And Kyrgyz people, and we have a very nice picturesque landscape in Kyrgyzstan, and nomad people were living in yurts like Mongolian people. And of course now we are living in stone buildings, and we are living in towns and in home, but we still using the traditional homes in the villages or on the pastures. And next slide, please. Okay, we have this is a traditional yurt, which is made from wood and felt. And we have a top on the roof, like saying roof, and it's open. And inside of this house, we have a woman place and men place, and also it's felt and wool, and you can live here during the winter time. Okay, next slide, please. And COVID affected very much our Kyrgyz people, because now we have around 40,000 people who already affected by COVID, but 1,050 people died, and it was very difficult situation during the COVID. We were locked down, and also in July was a very bad situation, because many people started affected by COVID with this pneumonia, and our government wasn't prepared for this situation, and but people were fighting by themselves the COVID. And we have the volunteering movements from local people who started to help people by their own expenses, and many people started to disseminate the medicines, medical medicines, and now the government started to build 3 hospitals, because we don't have hospitals, and many people was giving their own hotels and hostels for hospital. And many doctors and the medical personnel was affected by COVID, because they were in a red zone, and more than 2,000 doctors were affected. And we got support from Russia, and they sent to Kyrgyzstan doctors, and the doctors were here during the months and help and taught our medical personnel how to fight with the COVID. And now situation is slightly better than it was in the beginning of July. But still today we have 300 people affected by COVID, and all tourism sector was locked down, because borders is closed, and we don't have any flights. We just started flights with Turkey, and all flights was closed, and situation is really bad for local people, because for instance in Isikul we have a 2 months touristic season. During this season, local people are providing services and earning money, but this time we don't know how it will be. This lake is Isikul Lake in the map, and it's like 200 kilometers from Bishkek, and there is no possibilities to local people to earn, and also many farmers also affected through this COVID, because it's difficult to sell their products abroad, and because the borders are closed, and we still just they can sell only inside of the countries, and the situation is very difficult. And The World Bank said that the more people will be becoming more poor because the small businesses are closed, and it's not possibilities for people to provide the services, sell their products, and of course we should think how to help people. And government is not supported local people. They're not giving any money, and even the credits are not, they don't have any possibilities for them to cover their credits now. And yes, and thank you. And of course, the local people are working with the handicraft products, and but there is no tourism and tourists from abroad, and nobody buying that. And situation is like this. Yeah, thank you very much for attention.
Yeah, thank you for your amazing presentation, Dr. Chinara Sandiakova and the Keniki Jumalineva. It's a really great presentation. Please take a break while waiting session presentation complete. And then the next presenter is from RCE Kuching Sarawak, Malaysia, Mr. Jo Seong Sirikot Jr. with the title is Indigenous People in COVID-19 Era, RCE Kuching Series. Okay. Mr. Sirikot Jr.
Hi, good afternoon.
Okay, time is yours now, Mr.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes.
Can you see me
Yes,
in
I can.
impeccable white uniform?
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us, RCE Kuching, to be on board the platform. RCE Kuching is basically 19 existing formal and informal organization led by the UCSI University Sarawak campus, and it was acknowledged by the Institute of Advanced Studies United Nations University on 3rd September 2018. RCE Kuching aim was to focus on responsible tourism, rivers conservation, and sustainable communities. Rural communities spread around the Sarawak River, particularly the river south of Kuching, which form part of the Sarawak River Kiri, the main source of water to the city of Kuching. I would like to go into the proper slides. Where is Kuching? I would like to share the map of Sarawak. We are part of the Borneo Island, as mentioned earlier by my counterpart, Maximus Nanang, Kalimantan, east of Kalimantan. We are Sarawak, at the tip of Sarawak. That is where Kuching is situated, at the tip of Sarawak. Yes, that's the map of Kuching, and that is where we are now. We have a population approximately of about 2.6 million. We have diverse groups of ethnicity. Iban has formed one of the majority of the ethnic group. Bidayu, which I myself is a Bidayu. I'm one of the indigenous community as well. So I feel for my community during the COVID pandemic. So this is where the Sarawak River Kiri is situated. If any of you are familiar with the locality of Kuching, this is how the RCE is being set up, and also it covers a lot of riverine communities that we are part of, which are the university is part of as well. The River Kiri consists of communities that are highlighted in pink. Those are the villages that are located within the Sarawak River Kiri. And these places have been earmarked for a lot of tourist industries, kayaking route, and they have attracted a lot of tourists for the past few years. And this has been highlighted also part of our Sarawak Tourism Board activities when you are in Kuching. So the majority groups that populate the Sarawak River Kiri consists of the ethnic of the Bidayu, which I am part of the community. Main livelihood activities include farming and fishing. Yes, this is one of the areas where our community dwell, and it provides a lot of beautiful adventure hiking activities, which has drawn a lot of attraction from foreign tourists as well as local tourists. And recently, as the year 2014, the Benguh Dam was constructed as a catchment area for the water for the local community in Kuching, and 4 villages were affected by the construction of this Benguh Dam, and these villages had to be relocated downstream. So basically, these villages have sacrificed a lot for the community in the urban center of Kuching. This is a water river part of the River Kiri, and this is our team, the RCE team, visiting villages within the Sarawak River Kiri. The Benguh Dam has, of course, brought a lot of change to the community that once populate the villages. There were 4 villages that were being inundated by the construction of the Benguh Dam, and of course their livelihood have changed tremendously because they were being relocated, they were being changed, the environment have changed. They basically, prior to the Benguh Dam, their life and their lifestyle, the environment was the jungle, surrounded by jungle, but now they've been relocated to an urban center. So that has basically brought them a lot of culture shock as well. What was the challenges that was faced during the COVID pandemic? Well, as you can see from the chart, it boils down into 4 areas: poverty and livelihood, poor infrastructure, health issues, and also education. Poverty and livelihood. As you can see, the red person dressed in red is a hero. He's brought a lot of help from the urban community to the rural community, basically to bridge the gap suffered during the COVID, and also on a daily basis, they have bring forward help to communities during the COVID pandemic, because in Malaysia, we had a series of lockdown whereby the communities are being given curfew on a daily basis. That was during the early days of COVID, whereby communities were not able to go out and purchase their groceries and food supplies. So community group of NGOs like myself and also my community, we brought food aid to the communities and distribution of food aid. And also because whereby the government came in a bit late, the assistance delivered by the government came in a bit late. So a lot of activities were spearheaded and supported by NGOs, the non-governmental organization, and one of that is myself, my good self. Thank you very much. Challenges faced by our community is also poor infrastructure. As you can see, even though Kuching is basically an urban center, it's about 40 kilometers from the capital city of Sarawak, there are still pockets of communities or families without electricity, despite being connected to the power grid that is being stretched out from the whole of Sarawak. Bear in mind, Sarawak is one of the major contributor of electricity in Malaysia, with the construction of the Bakun Dam and the Murum Dam and the dam, but we still have families still without electricity. So these are the highlights that Hidup, my organization, brings forth to the authorities and also to other regulatory bodies to inform them that there are communities, pockets of communities still without electricity. As you can see, there are also pockets of neglect of basic amenities, connecting two communities from going to school from the villages. This is one of the example that the school children have to face on a daily basis, crossing this bridge, going to school and back from school. to the homes. Health issues. There were a lot of cases highlighted during the COVID pandemic, whereby families were not able to go out, and there were cases of abuse by spouses and parents towards children due to the constricted living environment and living space. So this created a lot of mental issues, depression, and led to other substance abuses. We have also have data, empirical data stating that cases of depression, abuses have went on to increase when human are put. During the COVID pandemic lockdown. So these are the issues that we are trying to.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yes.
The time is over now. Maybe you can back to the point what you're talking about, Mr.
So basically, these are the challenges that we are faced with during the COVID pandemic. So we are basically recovering now because the Malaysian government has basically have released our curfew. So we are slowly mitigating some of the areas that are highlighted during the COVID pandemic. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope I didn't put anybody to sleep, but if you are awake now, you can contact us at this channel.
Okay, Mr. Siriko Junior, thank you so much for the great presentation. I know you want to tell a lot to us about the Kuching sharing about when the COVID-19 era is people in the Kuching would like to adapt their life. Okay, thank you, Mr. Siriko Junior. Please take a break while waiting session presentation complete. And then the next presenter is from RCE Eastern Arunachal Pradesh, India, Mr. Vijeswani. Okay.
Hello. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so
I will
much,
just
Mr.
share.
Yeah.
I will share my screen.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vijeswani
Thank you.
will be present with the title Indigenous People in the COVID era. I think time is yours now.
Yeah.
Sir. Okay, thank you.
Can I share my screen?
Okay, you can share.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Can you help? Okay. Okay, wait a minute, Mr.
Yeah.
Do you want us to share, Bijaji?
You can also do that, no problem.
It's there.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Vijay.
Thank you so much. So good afternoon to all of you, and Abdulji, thank you so much for giving this opportunity. I also welcome for all the RC participants participating in this webinar. Myself, Vijay Swami, I am the coordinator of the RC East Arunachal Pradesh. So let me give a brief idea and a brief outline of my presentation. My presentation will be moving around 5 points. One is to the introduction of my locality of the RC, then the challenges faced by the local communities due to sudden lockdown, then indigenous people's response to the COVID era, and the RC East Arunachal Pradesh response to COVID era, and then what are the positive outcomes from this COVID era? These are the 5 points. Around these points, my presentation will be there. Next point. Next slide, please. Next slide. Can you listen to me, Abdishi? Yeah, thank you. Next slide, early slide, first one. First one slide. No, earlier slide. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. Yeah. One more. Go back. Yeah. So thank you so much. No. Next slide. Location of my RC about the map of Arunachal Pradesh. Yeah. Thank you so much. So this is India and Arunachal Pradesh, where our RC is situated exactly in the easternmost tip of our country. And the total area, you can see around 75% of its border is attached to international communities, Bhutan, Tibet, China, and Myanmar. and only 1/4 of its border is attached to our country, that is the India. So this is exactly this, and you will find that in white circle, that is the RC's location, RC East Arunachal Pradesh, so eastern part, that the RC. And we work with the local communities. Almost you can see the Arunachal Pradesh as having 100% indigenous communities. And though they are thinly populated, they maintain a great biodiversity in the region. And all of them follow indigenous traditions. So that is very important. Next slide, please. Next. Next slide. Hello. Hello. Can you listen to me?
Yes, we are listening. Okay.
We can listen to you, Vijay.
Hello, Mr. Vijay. We lost your voice now. Hello, can you hear me, Mr. Vijay?
Oh God.
Hello.
He's at a very remote location, and
Yes.
maybe the.
Can we continue or stop, Mr. Vijay? Hello. Can you respond us?
Move on to next. If he's there, we will take him later. Move on to next.
Okay, Mr. Okay. For the next presenter is from RCE Yogyakarta, Indonesia, represented by Gajah Mada University. Hello, RCE Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Can you hear me? Or can you respond me? Hello? Okay.
Professor Irfan is to.
Yeah. Hello?
Oh God, Vijay is not
RCE
there.
Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Can you say hello? Okay. No response, Mister. And I think, okay. Oh, this is chat. Please unmute us.
Oh.
Okay.
Irfan is. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry, Mister. Wait a minute. Okay, the next presenter will be from RCE Yogyakarta, Indonesia.
Yeah.
Represented
Okay.
by Gajah Mada University. Hello.
Hello.
Mr.
Thank
Irfan
you.
Priyambodo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could you hear me?
Yes, I
Okay then.
hear you clearly, sir.
May I operate the presentation, or you operated from yours presentation?
Maybe if you want, we are
Any for me. Any
for you. Okay. Okay. Maybe we can say that you can share screen your presentation, Mister.
Okay, I will.
Or maybe we can help if you have any problem. You just say that.
Yeah, okay. I will share it.
Okay, thank you, Mister.
Is
You
it
will
okay?
give presentation about the indigenous people in COVID-19 era. Okay, Mister?
Yeah.
Time is yours now. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Then this is I'm not going to thank you very much for the time.
Yes.
But as you know, we have sectionizing from India. We have 1,128 ethnic groups in Indonesia. And I'm not going to talk a specific or a particular ethnic group, because ethnic group, according to the definition, is that autochthonous people or ethnic group who are original to some area, specific area, and or early inhabitant where traditional still maintained. So we are not going to talk of particular, but after the government said that the Indonesia is come to a national disaster with the pandemic, is announced on 14 March of 2020. Then there is two ways of response, or two kind of response. The first is that people do everything like usual. They are going to the market, no maskers, no mask. Everything is like usual. On the other hand, some people are going very erratic, like almost mad. The lockdown all the kampungs, all their villages, by putting a hurdle, putting a barrier on the gate of the village. And then, but what inside the lockdown kampung? People are still gathering, no mask. They are still gathering very close. Also in the neighborhood, they are selling everything. So business is as usual. So this is what we face at the first time. So what we need to do is that just giving education, social education to the people, but using a local language. Why? Because most of the announcement, most of the appeal by the government coming with a language which is not familiar to the people. Social distancing. People are not knowing what is the meaning of social distancing. Droplet. What is droplet? No. Then we come to the people through a billboard, putting the billboard in local language that do not come close together. Please wait at your home when you have no very important thing to do outside. Then do not spit everywhere. Use mask. Anyone we change our car into a mobile information car, coming to the villages, coming to the market. And we have also call center, university have call center. And we introduce this one, please call us when you need something. Because at the same time also, a lot of hoax spreading to our community. Then we make a pocket books for the people in local language. Our pocket book were translated into 10 local languages from Aceh to Papua. And we use this one also to teach the people, coming to the people. First time I myself personally come to the people, to the villages. But then the Sultan of Yogyakarta asked me, can you spread more your student? Because you alone will not be able to reach many people. Then we send also students at the same time. Bring them and allow them to go and teach the people. And yet there is still increase of COVID cases. There is still increase death. So there's something should be done more than that. So now people in desperation, many hawks coming, canine coronavirus, they said that we can use this. This is for canine instead of for human. And also some people say that we can use turmeric as a medication. No proof on that ability of those turmeric for medication. But yet people are believe on that. Again, just several weeks ago, eucalyptus was announced as a medication for this one. And many also herbal medicine. No proof, no scientific proof on that. So it means that hoax are spread. We need to overcome this one by sending the student who has no interest on cheating the people, no interest on making themselves rich. But we send our students to the people, bring them and give them a real or effect on all of those medicine, on all of those hoax on COVID-19. And we teach them, this is because they also need to live. Those people need to live. When they lock down the market, they lock down the kampung, they lock down the village, no economical activity can be proceed. So we teach them we need to use, but instead we use mask not to prevent ourselves. I use mask to prevent you. This approach change the mind of the people, because I'm not afraid of you, but I'm afraid to make you infected by the virus. Might be I am the one who bring virus. This change the people. Now the people in the kampungs in Yogyakarta are quite eager to use mask, because it is the way we appreciate other people. The way this is we also teach the people how to use social media to sell something. Before we are there always thinking that how can we sell, but now we use WhatsApp. Put the picture of your product, send it. Why we select this social media? Because we can communicate. By a marketplace, there's no communication. While local people here need communication because it's too expensive. You can ask, it's expensive, it's too salty. That need the communication. So we introduce the way to sell everything with social media. Icon specifically WhatsApp. And this work is work. So this is how we RCE Yogyakarta have some assistance to local people to overcome this COVID-19. I think so. Now the government put more force enforcement for mask wearing, and this is also what promoting social through social media, selling goods. They sell the meat, they sell chicken, and spread throughout the community. So this is what we would like to share with you on the activity of RCE Yogyakarta in overcoming the COVID-19 in the community, in the indigenous people. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your amazing and powerful presentation to explain Indonesia condition in COVID-19 era clearly, Professor Irfan De Priambodo. Maybe Mr. Vijeswani, can you give us maybe the conclusion of your presentation before we already move to the answer and question session, Mr. Vijay, or enough? Mister, can you respond us?
Yeah, he was there. He said he is back.
Oh, he's back. Okay.
Vijayji. Mr. Vijay Swami.
Mr. Vijay Swami, please let me know that you're here and give us a point that you want to tell us about the condition in the COVID-19 era in your region, Mr. Vijay?
No, move on. Give it to Mario.
Okay. Thank you, Mister. Okay, finally.
Can you listen to me? Yes, can you listen to me?
We can.
Can you hear you? Okay.
Can you listen?
Okay, I listen to you, Mister. Okay, just tell us the point of your want to talk to, or want to share with us with your condition in the.
Can you listen to me?
Yes.
Hello.
Clearly.
Vijayji, we can listen to you. We can listen to you, Vijay.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, Mr. Vijay, we can hear you.
Hello.
Vijayji, we listen to you very, very clear.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Listen to me.
We can.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Can you listen, sir? Abdeshji, can you listen?
We listen to you, yes, we very clear.
You can? Okay. The challenges faced by the communities, I will talk about this little bit so that you can understand. Otherwise, private.
Hello? Okay, miss again, Mister.
where the intensive labors were.
Okay. Okay. Still going on, Mr. Vijay? Okay. Your voice is lost now, but maybe in another participant can hear your voice. So just go on. Hello, Mr. Vijay?
Vijayji, there is problem of internet at your end.
Yes, maybe.
We cannot waste more time.
Okay, maybe for the shortcut, we got to the end presentation.
Yeah.
Next, in the question and answer session, the moment that you're waiting for are actually, there are several questions from participant to the presenter. There is one from Angel Menembu. They asked two questions here to the presenter. The first question is, what is your policy recommendation for the indigenous people situation to prevent and treat diseases such as COVID-19? And then the second question is, what is the most important lesson learned from COVID-19 for the indigenous people based on your experience? So maybe who want to sharing with us the answer, and maybe start from Professor Irfan.
Okay.
Can you
Okay.
answer this question first? Okay.
Okay. I think Abdes has told us about the some idea on recommendation, but I give one more addition, that communicate to the people with their language, in a language that they can understand, because many of administrator of the government talk in a high level language which is ununderstandable to the people. Put it simple, so put it directive, so do not let them have much interpretation, because other people will lead the interpretation and lead them to the different way. This is one of recommendation. Second is that use all things or use all means to come to the people, because sometimes we use only a very limited formal way. Sending my student is one way. Coming to them directly is one way. But there is another way. Radio, television can be used. Do not overcome by hoax. That is. Thank you.
Okay,
That's my recommendation.
for the great okay, thank you so much. Maybe from the Chinara, the question, or maybe Mr. Josh Young, Siriko Junior, can you share your recommendation or think about that question? Please let me know that you want to talk. Or maybe Mr. Vijay, can you give us a recommendation or your answer about the question? Okay, maybe I repeat again. The question is two. There is a two question. First question is, what is your policy recommendation for the indigenous people situation to the prevent and treat diseases such as COVID-19? And the second question is, what is the most important lesson learned from COVID-19 for the indigenous people based on your experience? Okay, Mr. George, hello, Dr. Chinara, or maybe Mr. Vijay, can you give us your recommendation or your things? Hello?
Number one.
We have to close the presentations. Give it to Mario. He has another meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. There is the one, maybe you can, Mr. Abdes Gengwar can answer this one question more from Sri H. Ahmad. How do we register as member of RCE in Jakarta region, Mr.? Can you explain maybe 1 minute before I end this session?
Go to UNEJ website, and there is the whole procedure. You have to send in your application. Global RC Network website. And I will send you personally email.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the extraordinary answer, Master.
Yeah.
And the good question from the participant. Finally, we arrive in the end of the session for the third group discussion, where before I finish the session and giving back to the announcer by Mrs. Siti Fitria, then let me conclude a few things from the result of the discussion today, especially the discussion in this session. Just one, maybe I say that in Kyrgyz, Kuching, Sarawak, Malaysia, Eastern Arunachal Pradesh, India, and also Yogyakarta, Indonesia, in the COVID-19 era, there is a synergy between the population and the government to combat this COVID-19 outbreak with a broad and decisive effect to protect the people as well as the country from the global and local impact of the plague. Currently, every country inevitably unwilling to be prepared to accept or adapt to new normal life in this COVID-19 pandemic era in order to survive and remain against the COVID-19 in the midst of the pros and cons of the new normal life policy itself. That's all my conclude from the session. Then I gave the event responsibility to announcer, Mrs. Siti Fitria, to start closing remarks. Mrs. Siti Fitria, hello? Miss?
Hi, hello. Thank you very much.
Okay, time is yours now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the moderators and panel speakers. Now we have come to the very end of our webinar today. Okay, but before we say goodbye, I would like to kindly remind you for some practicalities. Please don't forget to fill out to complete the online attendance. And we have shared the link on the chat box. And e-certificates will be delivered to your emails. And we are going to wait for the committee for the confirmation of when they are going to send you the e-certificates. And webinar materials can be accessed on our website. And we have shared the link as well on the chat box. And we would like to kindly remind the panel speakers that you could submit your full papers so that we can compile it into a book or a proceeding for this webinar. And the committee is going to send you the author guidelines briefly. And after this, shortly, we are going to have online photo session. Okay, could you please be ready, and could you please turn on your camera? Okay. So who is going to take picture? Okay, it will be me. I'm going to cancel spotlight. Okay, we start from Regina. Miss Regina, can you turn your camera on? And then Pak Hones, are you there? Okay, or shall we do it now? Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. First page. Oh, Regina is online. Okay, Regina. Okay. Okay, first page done. Let me send it to. Okay. I will send it to the committee and they will send it to you then. Okay. And then second page smile. Smile. Okay, now third page. Okay. Nobody on the third page. Oh, okay. Wait a second. So actually we still have one more session to go. That is the closing remarks. Okay.
the closing remarks. We are going to have three speakers for the closing remarks. So the first is going to be Professor Mario Tabukanon of the United Nations University Institute of Advanced Study for Sustainability. And then we will have concluding remarks by Professor Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of International Islamic University Malaysia. This is going to be recorded message, and then a vote of thanks by Mr. Eko Hernanda. Okay, so to start our closing remarks session, okay, let's kindly welcome, let's give a warm welcome to Professor Mario Tabukanon. Time is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. It is a great pleasure for me and a privilege to make a sum up of this webinar on Indigenous people in the COVID era to mark the International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples, which this year adopts coincidentally the theme of Indigenous peoples' resilience under COVID-19. Our profound gratitude goes to RCE Srinagar and East Kalimantan, and especially Universitas Jember. I was delighted to hear from the rector that he was our alumnus of my home institution, Asian Institute of Technology. Proud of him. The subject of this webinar, to many of us, is reminiscent of 2014, when the global RCE community assembled in Okayama and adopted the Okayama Declaration in commemoration of the end of the UN Decade of Education for Sustainable Development. The global RCE community then reaffirmed its support to international ESD frameworks such as this one, and stressed on RCE's commitments to advancing ESD through recognition and respect for indigenous and traditional knowledge, hence for the indigenous peoples. I recall the championing of RCE Waikato then at that meeting to include indigenous peoples into the declaration, which of course was well accepted by consensus. It is gratifying that the RCE community has followed through this commitment, this article of faith, by the actions of the RCEs at what we have heard just now, to raise awareness and protect the rights of the world's indigenous population and their contribution to sustainable development. We are thankful to the presenting RCEs in this webinar for sharing their valuable experiences. I would attempt to sum up from west to east, from North Central Asia to East Asia to Oceania. In my attempt to sum up, we could view the 13 presentations in several lenses. One is viewing the indigenous society, and based on traditional knowledge and practices, the so-called local wisdom, we could then overlay the RCE interventions based on scientific and pragmatic approaches. RCE Sondarbans call it a whole society approach in their inclusive response to COVID-19, recognizing the value of traditional knowledge to sustainable use of biodiversity in the largest mangrove forest in the world. Likewise, RCE Eastern Arunachal Pradesh, although it was a bit interrupted, introduced the basics of healthcare through volunteers about awareness on how to prevent and combat COVID-19. We could also view the RCE responses in the prism of how they integrate science into centuries-old practices, the traditional wisdom, such as those of the nomadic tribes, as we heard from RCE Srinagar, the pastoral communities impacted by having limited mobility, no access to online learning, and government healthcare. We heard the joint presentation of RCE's Delhi, Goa, and Mumbai, which understood the impact of the pandemic, and that threats could be understood if we understand biological systems and utilize local knowledge. RCE Kyrgyzstan shared with us through their experiences with 5 or 6 ethnic groups of nomadic cultural descent how to combat COVID-19 by way of pastoralism, portable housing, among others, through volunteer groups. RCE Greater Gombak approach is on empowering co-learning. We heard about co-learning with universities, co-learning with indigenous community, between students and community. For example, in sustainable tourism and in the availment of facilities through the assistance of faculties of medicine. RCE Sako Nakhon focused their response on centering on the common livelihood of people of the tribes, on indigo dyed fabric publication, production, including its use for mask making. Yogyakarta, we just heard, supported the lockdowns and suggested to go down to local communities using local languages and awareness and information dissemination. Kuching, RCE Kuching, addressed the effects of COVID in the areas of poverty and livelihood, health, education, and infrastructure. RCE East Kalimantan shared the threats and survival strategy of the indigenous people. The advantage, of course, they said, is that the region is having a low population density, making it feasible to continue traditional and non-traditional livelihood through the Dayaks, they call it, in the areas of Mahakam Ulu and West Kotai. RCE Bohol shared how they dealt with the local tribe, the Bajaus or the Sea Gypsies, and inculcate on them education. And through SDGs 4 and 10, they were able to partner with governments, local government, Bohol Island State University, and local communities. Our potential RCE candidate is Java, led by Universitas Jember, also talk about their experiences on the Tengeres indigenous people, relying on tradition and nature for livelihood. And of course, last but not least, which I mentioned at the beginning, RCE Waikato, sharing the Maori responses to COVID-19, focusing on Rotorua, Aotearoa, New Zealand, linking services and food systems, health, and so on, and providing information and science both in Maori and in English. Now, to conclude, after hearing all of these presentations, there may be several takeaways, if I still have the time. Among them are that the manifesto that we signed, the global RCE community signed in Okayama, did not go in vain. On the contrary, it has given inspiration for our RCEs to respect the indigenous people's rights and their contributions to sustainable development. The RCEs in the Asia-Pacific region, which is home to many indigenous peoples and ethnic groups, have shared responsibility for advancing ASD across peoples in both in time and space, and mindful of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. And that the way forward for all of us would be to adopt a step-by-step strategy. That is to accelerate what we are doing and then scale up our actions within your stakeholders and then collaborate beyond the level of the Asia-Pacific region. So the strategy would be, I would submit, to accelerate, scale up, and collaborate. For what purpose? For influencing policymaking. Lastly, I would like to remind the community that the Asia-Pacific RCE community will continue our discussion on the role of ESD, the RCEs, and the responses to the COVID-19 pandemic at our 13th Asia-Pacific RCE regional meeting, which is hosted by RCE Kyrgyzstan, which will commence on the 10th of September, and then which will be progressing towards year 2021. So stay tuned for more details on this forthcoming very important meeting. So I congratulate each and every one of you for a job well done. It was an excellent webinar. We congratulate all the organizers, and thank you so much for taking the time and efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mahio Tabukanon, for the remarks. And now would like to proceed to the next concluding remark by Professor Zulkifli Abdul Razak. So it's going to be a pre-recorded message.
Greetings and thank you very much for allowing me to make some concluding remarks over the session that you have had. I would like, first of all, to congratulate you for running this seminar or webinar in conjunction with the Indigenous year that I think is on the 9th of August. This, I think, is a very important moment for us to look back at what we can do as far as promoting sustainable development among the indigenous people. I think all of us would agree that the indigenous population, to a certain extent, are probably the most exposed as far as sustainable development is concerned. Our experience in the Greater Gombak RC has shown us that these people have still got the finesse of how to live sustainably in their own way that we have forgotten. And therefore, it is important for us to get in touch with them. And I'm very happy to see some of the presentation that was made today basically pushes us into that direction to recognize the knowledges of the indigenous people, and that is relevant in this and age where we are trying to find out a solution as far as a sustainable development is concerned in a very informal setting in the university. This is therefore, I think, a time for us to sit back and integrate the kind of information that we have from the conventional way of looking at how development has been carried out, what are the issues at hand, and looking at how the indigenous perspective is about. From my point of view, they are often very broad in its nature. They are very encompassing. They are very inclusive, which are all the values that I think we are trying to achieve in trying to reconstruct, again, sustainable development. And plus now, when we talk about the COVID era, the post-COVID era, these are new dimension that has come in that somehow rather disrupts many of the things that we thought is going to be plain sailing moving into the 21st century, ending up in education 2030. We need now to take cognition of what are things that is possible. But what is very sure from this experience that we've got is how do you flatten the curve, as it were? How do you get everybody involved? How do you get everybody being consulted? How do you get everybody to cooperate with one another, regardless of where they are? Whether indigenous, non-indigenous, whether it's traditional, whether it's modern. I think all of us need to come together into consensus of what is possible, because it affects every one of us. In the context of COVID-19, I think none of us could be isolated and feel that they are safe. I think all of us are facing this uncertainty. The more we sit together, the more we talk together, the more we recognize each other's expertise and dominancy, then I think it's better for us to move into probably closer to the solution that we are looking for. So I would like to once again to thank you for this opportunity. I'm indeed very optimistic given the work that we are doing in Greater Goomba, and I'm sure sharing this with all of you makes it even more meaningful so that we can gather together and find out what is possible, working again across the board from all the RCEs around the world if possible, but certainly from the group that I've been meeting today. So congratulations, thank you very much, and I wish you all the best for the future, particularly in the context of sustainable development with the indigenous population, given the COVID-19 situation. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Okay, now we are proceeding to the next event, the next point in our agenda. That's vote of thanks. Okay, by Mr. Eko Hernanda, RCE is Kalimantan. Okay, let's really welcome Mr. Eko Hernanda.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fitria, and all the participants. I think it has been more than 2.5 hours we sitting together in front of the screen. But I will appreciate to the all participant and speaker who still bear with us in this occasion. First of all, this is my assignment from Abdis. I would like to say thank to the Minister of Social Affairs who given keynote speaker this morning, as well as the rector who facilitated Unitas Chamber, who facilitated the webinar for today, and Professor Mario Tabukonan. I think we already long time not see you, but I saw you. It's very glad to see you from virtual facilities, and this make possible we can share our knowledge about the indigenous and how COVID-19. My extended gratitude thank also I extended to all the speakers, all the participants, especially also to Dean of the Faculty of Social Political Science of University of Jember, Professor Hadi Praitno, who have us make this webinar success, and all speakers and then all the participants, thank you very much for your participation today, as well as especially for Dr. Abdis Gangwar from RC Srinagar. I think almost every hour, Professor Tabukonan, he always call me in order to prepare this conference. And Ibu Fitria, well done, excellent leader today. It's look charming and it's wonderful. Thank you very much all, and I hope we can see you on Wednesday. We have another international webinar on youth, International Day of Youth. I think that will be another excited webinar. Thank you very much. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak Eko. Okay, so everybody, we have come to the very end of our webinar today. Our heartfelt thanks. Thank you for everybody who has attended this webinar. And so because we have taken our photo, shall we take another photo or?
Sure.
No? Okay. Well, sure. Okay, so one more photo. Okay, I'll get it. Okay, I'm sending it to the webinar committee. Okay. And for the second page. Okay. Okay, well, so
we have come to the very end of our webinar today. Thank you very much for your participation and for your very kind attendance. So I wish everybody a very good health, and I wish to see you again in some other events. And please apologize if there are some inconvenience. Okay, thank you very much. Bye for now.
Thank you,
Okay.
thank you.
Could you please give big round of applause to committee, to organizers, speakers, and everybody who has made this webinar possible. Thank you.
Thank you
Bye.
so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great update.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye.
Thank you, Iko. Thank you, your team.
Good
Did a great job.
Well done. Well done. More than 100 people still stay with us.
Okay.
good.
Okay. Okay. So
Thank you, Fitri. Thank you, Regina.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Bapak Ibu. Thank you, everybody.
Chinara still here? Chinara? Kyrgyzstan? No? Already gone?
No, gone. Everybody's gone.
Already gone.
Yeah, quite long.
Okay.
Quite long.
So I'm returning the forum for the committee. Regina, maybe you can take over now. Mohon izin pamit, so I'm going to leave for another presentation. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. See you up there.
Thank you, Irfan. Thank you. You did a great job.
Hello,
Thank
Mickey.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Abdesh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Banavis. RC Bohol, not Philippines. Thank you.
Bye, Don Cahaya.
Good. Bye-bye.
Hello, Marshal Bey.
Chalo. Iko, take good care. Thank you so much.
Yes. Pak Martinus, terima kasih banyak.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Terima kasih sama-sama.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bapak.
Fine. Well done, guys.
Yang lain udah pada keluar ya? Yang bukan panitia.
Ini ada 2 notulen, Bapak.
Oh, oke.
Ada notulennya. Nggak tahu.
Apa namanya, sertifikat ditandatangani Pak Dekan ya? Tadi Mahesi, kayak Mahesi di mana Mahesi ya? Mahesi, halo Mahesi. Anu di mute itu kayaknya nggak keluar suaranya.
Suaranya nggak keluar, Mbak.
Ada, saya tidak kenal 2 orang, siapa itu? Mungkin mau dimasukkan. Tuti sama Putri, masih tim panitia ya?
Enggak kayaknya.
Enggak, Bapak.
Kan ya?
Kok nggak keluar sih? Sudah.
Bu Fitri udah pergi ya, karena ada chat.
Cek. Oh ya, sudah. Iya, Bapak, saya divisi, Pak.
Bu Fitri ada masih?
Bu Fitri sudah keluar, Bapak.
Regina nggak ada gambarnya.
Ayo, Bapak.
Oh, pantes belum mandi dari tadi pagi.